A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
And now, the Goldbergs. And now, the Goldbergs. Molly has been trying to give advice again, and this time with the experience of her own recent trouble close to her heart. With Sammy safe again, Molly feels that she owes Sylvia Allison and Sylvia's father all the help possible. And when Molly heard that Dr. Cater wanted the woman out of Allison's past to come up to Glastonbury, Molly offered her house, even though Sylvia resents the coming of this woman. Sylvia loves Dr. Cater. She still doesn't realize that it's for her benefit that this woman is coming. Dr. Cater uses a little of his experience on Sylvia, and it all starts with a telegram.
Rosa, dear, please, bring me my mending, please, while I'm sitting so I'll mend something. Are you nervous, Ma? Yes, I'm nervous. Ma, can I see the telegram? Why not, dear? Is it all right for you to open it? Without permission, I didn't open it, Rosalie, darling. I called Mr. Allison, who's at the mills at Papa, and he told me to open it, and I read it to him across the telephone, and now he knows. Will she stay here when she comes? Where else? We haven't very much room. So you'll come in with me, and Papa and Sammy will occupy the same room. How long will she stay? How long? For over the weekend, maybe, evidently, perhaps. I thought her name was Esther. Esther Miller. Well, this is signed Estelle. Estelle? There was a difference. Estelle, Esther, Esther, Estelle. So 2 syllables was the difference. Rosalie, darling, call me Dr. Cater's office here. Again? Yes, again, please. I want to be sure Dr. Cater got the message. Give me the telegram. Let me see exactly. It says, tomorrow on the 440. But don't say Eastern arresting. Daylight and not daylight. No, so we'll see further when she comes. Call Rosalie. All right, I will. Dr. Cater, please. Where are you going, Ma? To put a better telegram. If Sammy doesn't write a story about his own life, then he's no storyteller. He will, maybe. Then it's fall over, maybe. Hello? This is Rosie Goldberg. The Dr. Cater got the message. Did Dr. Christopher Cater get my mother's message? Yes. Yes, what? All right. What's all right? Thank you. What does thank you? No. Yes, Mom. Yes, he didn't. Yes, he did. He did, Mom. He did. That's different. Didn't just say it. And he got the message, and Dr. Cater's coming right away. Evidently, he wasn't home, so he must be coming over. Ma, why did you want him to come over? Why? Because I want Dr. Cater to speak to Sylvia. Rosie, darling, bring me an apple here, darling. I just feel like an apple. When I'm nervous, I have to eat something. Where are they, Ma? They're standing on the kitchen table, you'll see. All right. Bring me a little knife, dear. All right. I can't eat with the peels. Oh, so? Here, Ma. Thank you. Rosalie, why don't you go out a little bit? When Dr. Cater comes, I'll go, Ma. I didn't say it because, I'm sorry, but sorry. I always get the feeling that you don't want me around when something is going on that you think is beyond my depth. When I think what? Yes, when you think, Mama darling. I'm going to be 16. In 3 years, I'll be as old as Sylvia. I don't think so. 16 and 3 is 19. The arithmetic is right. 16 and 3 is 19. Very correct arithmetic, yes. Give me the right thread, please, dear. I don't know how they tear off the buttons like that. One button on top of another button. Yes, darling, your arithmetic is correct. 16 and 3 is 19. Right. Sometimes I think I'm not as old as Sylvia. Sorry. Somebody must be coming. That must be Dr. Cater. Take away the apple skin. Shall I call Sylvia? Not yet. I have time for Sylvia. Sylvia? Not one syllable. Come in, Sylvia. Come in. Rosalie, go see why Sport is barking. All right, Mom. Sit down, Sylvia. Yes? Yes? No. Who was it? Nobody. Wish an apple, Sylvia? No, thank you. Rosalie, bring me the telegram. I put it on the bureau. I know. A telegram came, Sylvia. Miss Miller will be here tomorrow on the 4:40 train. Here? Here. I don't want to see it. Never mind, Rosalie. Sylvia don't want to see it. Here, Mommy, take up these 2 shirts. One is Papa's and one is Sammy's. Here, extinguish them. Don't mix them up. Oh. You know, Sylvia, that parents are also people. When they stop living for themselves and live only for their children, something happens. That's why Dr. Cater wanted your father to send for Miss Miller, so that you live for your children, and also for my husband. And Mr. Goldberg for me likewise. But you and your sister Leah received love and received loving and gave nothing. Your father lives one way, as a giver only. And that empties a person and leaves, how shall I say, a shell. After a while, nothing seems worth living for. A person needs to receive, Sylvia. And what your father couldn't get from you willingly, he demanded. He tried to force respect and obedience. But why should I repeat with my poor words what Dr. Cater said better, I'm sure, much better than you. You know what he said. You understand. And now it seems maybe that your father may be able to begin again. But after all these years of thinking only of you, you'll have to help him, Sylvia. Because unless he feels that you want for him the happiness that he wants for himself, he'll be afraid to take it.
It looks like rain, so I thought
It does? All right, then. Dr. Cater?
Hello.
Hello. Yeah, I believe we're in for a storm, I believe it.
I just made it.
Come in. Don't mind. Come in.
Oh, thank you.
Come in.
I love it.
That's all right. Come in. Sit down, Dr. Cater. Rosalie, push over a chair for Dr. Cater. Lucky you're here before it started to rain. Excuse me, I think I'll go up and see if Samuel's windows are open. Excuse me.
I think they are open.
You couldn't close them?
No.
Excuse me.
Yes, certainly. I suppose you know about the telegram, Sylvia.
Yes.
Very good news.
Yes.
Oh, dear little enthusiastic Sylvia. Think how romantic it is. Don't you? Has all the elements. Why, Miss Miller waited 15 years for your father's telephone call. Makes even me giddy.
I think it's silly for a man my father's age to think of marrying again.
You do?
Yes.
You think love is something for the young?
It isn't for old people. Not that kind of love. Anyway, it's childish.
And I think that people have to be as old as your father and Miss Miller are. Really to understand what love is and can mean. The kind of love a person your age feels is like the mumps, a children's disease. Just a couple of bumps on the heart.
You don't mean that.
I do.
You can't change my feelings by pretending to believe they're not important.
Do you know what you feel?
I know. I love you.
And what's that supposed to mean, Sylvia?
It means that I don't care whether my father marries Miss Miller or not. Whether he stays or goes south. It means that I want to stay with you.
Would you call that love?
Yes, Christopher.
Could you wait for 15 years the way Esther Miller did? Could you wait like your father did? Denying yourself what was closest to your heart?
I want to live now.
Well, that's greediness. That's the way a baby gobbles all the food it can get. Don't talk about love to me, Sylvia. Don't talk the language of love when you can't understand what's happened to your father and this woman who's coming tomorrow. When you show me that you understand and sympathize with what's about to happen here soon, then I'll listen to you. Not before.
The thunder sounds, but within the Goldberg living room is the deepest silence. Sylvie's trying to measure the implication of Dr. Cater's remark and what it can mean for her. And be sure to listen to the next episode of The Goldbergs. This is James Fleming saying goodbye for the makers of Does. And this is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
America's youth, September 14th marked the opening day of school. To our Miss Brooks, who teaches English at Madison High, it was the day for which she had been fervently hoping.
Yes, I'd been fervently hoping it would never come. It isn't that I dislike school. It's just that I think vacation time is the greatest invention since the Pilgrims and Phil Harris discovered Plymouth and White Rock. But when my landlady, Mrs. Davis, called me to breakfast that morning, my mood was far from grim, for by that time I had convinced myself that facing a new term at school is not, after all, like returning to prison.
Good morning, Connie.
Good morning, Warden. Mrs. Davis. Hand me the box of wheat bits, please.
Oh, that's not wheat bits, Connie.
It doesn't matter. I like almost any kind of cereal. Cream, please.
Well, all right. Here you are, dear.
What kind of cereal is this, Mrs. Davis?
They're dog biscuits.
Funny, that's the one kind of cereal that doesn't agree with me.
I'm sorry, Connie. I should have ordered cereal from the market before you got up. I usually get fast delivery service, you know. That's because the delivery boy has a crush on me. But it's nothing like your romance with Mr. Boynton.
You mean he's tried to get fresh with you?
No, but I haven't given up hope.
Oh, that's probably Walter Denton to drive me to school. Come in. Morning, Walter.
Hark! 'Tis the first day of school. And once again, the nostrils of America's youth nostalgically dilate to the pungent aroma of pencils and blackboards.
How do you feel about it all, Walter?
Miserable. How do you feel about school opening, Miss Brooks?
Anyone for Russian roulette?
Yeah, those are my sentiments exactly. Oh, say, I found this potted plant on your porch. Isn't it a dilly?
Evidently another floral offering from your delivery boy, Mrs. Davis.
Oh, my goodness. He must have left it for me last night when he brought over my yogurt and Danish blue cheese.
Sit down, Walter. The yogurt is on me.
Yeah, I'll have plain milk, if you don't mind. Boy, it certainly is neatly gift wrapped. You can see the plant right through the cellophane, Mrs. Davis. It's an evergreen plant.
It's a dilly, all right. The trouble is, I have too many potted plants around the house as it is. I don't know what in the world to do with it.
I have a suggestion, Mrs. Davis. Since this is the first day of school, it might be a shrewd political move on my part to present the plant to our beloved principal.
Say, that ought to get you in real solid with old Marblehead. Mr. Conklin, I mean.
I agree, Connie. I think it's mighty important that you start off on the right foot with your principal this term. As he said to me when I saw him in the drugstore yesterday. Oh, dear, now, what did he say? Oh, I'm getting so absent-minded lately. Oh, let's see now. What did Mr. Conklin say to me?
Mrs. Davis, how about getting Walter a glass of milk?
No, that wasn't it. Mr. Conklin doesn't care if Walter gets milk or not. Connie, I just remembered what Mr. Conklin said to me yesterday. He wants you to help him reclassify his files for the new term, dear. So he said you're to report to his office at 7:30 sharp. And no excuses.
7:30? What time is it now?
8:05.
Fine. If I hurry, I'll never make it.
Holy cow, what are you going to do, Miss Brooks? Yeah, I'll bet old Marblehead's blood pressure's about to explode with atomic fury by now.
By now, it's already forming the mushroom. I'll have to call him and try to explain. Mrs. Davis, this phone is dead.
Oh, that's another little thing that slipped my mind, Connie. It isn't really dead. We have a chap on our new party line who's rather eccentric. He keeps leaving his receiver off the hook.
What? Well, he's got his nerve. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Try
trying to bust my eardrums, madam?
My name is Miss Brooks. Since we're on the same party line...
My telephone happens to be right by my bed, Miss Brooks. Do you realize your infernal shouting jarred me from a sound sleep?
Do you realize you left your receiver off the hook?
Certainly. I always do that to preclude my being startled from slumber by the hideous clanging of a phone bell. I prefer to be awakened gently.
Maybe the company will give you a bell with a feather on it. Look, if I should report this matter to the superintendent...
You're threatening me? Fine. My name is Cragway, Milton Cragway. Go ahead and report me. Now, goodbye, and stop bothering me.
Well, I can be mean, too, Mr. Cragway. Since you refuse to clear my line, I'll make certain that you will not be able to call anyone either.
Don't do anything you may regret, Miss Brooks.
Mrs. Davis, I've left our receiver off the hook, and don't you dare hang it up. I want to give Mr. Milton Cragway a dose of his own medicine. Come on, Walter, pick up the evergreen plant, and we'll shove off.
Sure thing. Say, these little biscuits are very tasty.
You've been eating those biscuits, Walter?
Well, yeah. What kind are they?
Want to sublease my doghouse?
See how smoothly she runs since Ferguson's garage tuned up the motor, Miss Brooks? It doesn't seem like the same car.
No, it doesn't. But, Walter, perhaps we'll get to school faster if you take the wheel.
Oh, no, I want you to drive, Miss Brooks.
Just look at that harebrained woman crossing against the signal. I'll have to... Walter, what's wrong with these brakes?
Oh, I forgot to tell you, they don't work.
What?
I'll have to operate the handbrake for you. Darn it, you missed her. She was leaping out of the way. She dropped her glasses, and we ran over them.
Well, at least it wasn't a total loss.
Don't you look where you're going, young lady? Who, me? Why do you need glasses?
My name is Constance Brooks. I'll be happy to reimburse you for your glasses, miss, if you just...
It isn't Miss, it's Mrs. I'm Mrs. Gregory York of 212 East 2nd Street. Now, kindly pull over to the curb and Come back here! Stop that car!
Walter, what are you doing?
I done released the brake and we escaped.
Are you out of your mind?
There's no turning back now, Miss Brooks. Mrs. Gregory York is lost in the distance, and there's a dozen cars in back of you.
Well, nevertheless,
besides, did you want to waste the entire morning gabbing with her while old Marblehead's blowing a mental gasket waiting for you?
Mr. Conklin, in the confusion, I'd almost forgotten about him. Walter, I have a sensational idea that'll settle all my problems.
What is it, Miss Brooks?
You take the wheel, I'll get out, and you run over me. Good morning, Mr. Conklin. Sorry I'm late, sir. It's great to see you back at the old desk. Yes, indeed. I know I was due at 7:30, sir, but you see, it was like this.
When you hear the sound of my fist pounding the desk, the time will be exactly 20 minutes past 8. What's the idea?
Mr. Conklin, sir, allow me to present to you this beautiful potted evergreen plant as a token of my esteem.
Trying to butter me up, eh? And curry favor by offering me a bribe, eh? Miss Brooks, did you actually believe I would accept that plant as a gift from you?
I'm sorry, Mr. Conklin, I'll take it out.
Put it down, you Indian giver.
Aye, aye, sir.
Now, much as I dread boring you with school business, it's my duty to inform you that there is to be a meeting here in my office at 3 this afternoon. A meeting which you, in your capacity as faculty advisor, must attend.
Oh, I'll be here 3 o'clock, yes, sir. It's to be a routine meeting restricted to school personnel, I presume.
By no means. We'll be rubbing elbows with an official from the State Board of Education who literally holds our jobs in the palm of his hand. Mr. Milton Cragway.
Huh?
Mr. Milton Cragway?
Himself. The power Milton Cragway wields in our sphere is fantastic. We must therefore exert every effort, Miss Brooks, to make a good initial impression on him. You know, start off on the right foot.
Yes, sir.
Rest assured that heads will roll if we should in any way displease Mr. Cragway or his assistant.
His assistant?
She's a distinguished member of our school board, Mrs. Gregory York.
What a daily double I picked.
Good morning, Miss Brooks.
Hi, Mr. Boynton.
Miss Brooks, I've got a problem.
You've got a problem.
It's quite serious. Kept me awake all night. I have here a list of names whose homes I visited yesterday upon my return from a camping trip. I've scratched off the names of all those whom I've since contacted. When I've scratched your name, I will have scratched all but Mr. Conklin. I suppose all this sounds rather mysterious to you, Miss Brooks.
It does, in a scratchy sort of way. What's the point?
Well, near the campsite, I happened upon some interesting fauna, one specimen of which I brought back to town. I had the plant with me when I went visiting, in fact. That's why I know I must have inadvertently left it at one of the homes on my list. It's a potted plant wrapped in cellophane.
Oh, that one. Mrs. Davis thought the delivery boy had left it. It was found on our porch this morning, Mr. Boynton.
Oh, gosh, it's certainly a relief to know where I can lay my hands on it. Its cellophane wrapping is for protective reasons. You see, I wouldn't dare expose it until the moment I can actually put it to use in a biology experiment.
Biology experiment?
Oh, yes, Miss Brooks. That plant happens to be poison ivy.
Poison ivy? Mr. Boynton.
What is it, Miss Brooks?
You don't have to scratch Mr. Conklin. By now, he's scratching himself. Dropped the bombshell in my lap, I promptly dashed over to Mr. Conklin's office. But neither he nor the poison ivy plant was there. Such was the case each time I returned to the scene of the crime during my morning classes. But finally, when I entered the school cafeteria at noon, there was Mr. Conklin at the steam table with his daughter Harriet. As he picked up his tray and headed for a table, I leaped into action. Mr. Conklin! Sorry, I knocked over your tray, sir.
If I knew you were coming, I'd have baked unbreakable meatballs.
I'll tell him you want the same order, Daddy. Excuse me, Miss Brooks.
Mr. Conklin, sir, an urgent matter has
You
come
may
up.
save any urgent matters for our 3 o'clock meeting, which has resolved itself down to a routine personnel council, Miss Brooks. Shortly after you left my office this morning, Mrs. Gregory York called to say that she and Mr. Cragway will be unable to attend.
Heavens, what a dreadful blow. Sir, about the potted plant that I brought.
It'll be ready in a second, Daddy.
Let me finish, Harriet. About that potted plant I gave you, Mr.
As
Conklin.
I intimated at the time, I cannot ethically accept any form of bribe-tinted gift from a faculty member, Miss Brooks. Therefore, without bothering to so much as remove its wrappings, I tossed the plant, pot and all, into the incinerator.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Conklin. I'll order my lunch now, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Odd beaver, isn't it?
Did you really burn that plant, Daddy?
Of course not. I used it for political purposes, Harriet. That is, I walked over to the Board of Education and presented it to Mr. Stone, the head man himself.
No wonder I couldn't find you in your office. If I'd known you were with Mr. Stone.
Spent the entire morning with him, yes, indeedy. Naturally, he expressed keen disappointment when I told him that our meeting should not be graced by the presence of Milton Cragway and Mrs. York.
What? Oh, apparently you didn't read the message I left on your desk a half hour ago. Mrs. York called back and said that she and Mr. Cragway will be able to make the meeting after all.
Oh, splendid, splendid. Here's my order. Here we are. Thank you. Now then, let's grab that table over there to the right.
Oh, that one to the left just beyond Miss Brooks is closer, Daddy. Come on.
Oh, I am I'm sorry, sir.
I'll tell him you want the same order, Daddy.
I knew we should have gone the other way.
Well, see you later, Daddy. Oh, Mr. Conklin.
Oh, just a minute, Miss Brooks. If you see Walter Denton, would you tell him he left his jacket in Daddy's office when he moved some files for me this morning?
Certainly. Mind if I go now, Mr. Conklin?
Not at all. In fact, I'll give you a shove.
That won't be necessary. The wind is with me. Bye, sir. Bye, Harry.
Bye.
Sit right down, Miss Brooks. Here, let me help you with your tray.
Oh, I have wonderful news, Mr. Boynton. Mr. Conklin tossed your pot into the incinerator, the poison ivy plant, still gift wrapped.
In the incinerator?
And that isn't all. Mr. Cragway and Mrs. York won't be able to attend the meeting. Aside from Mr. Conklin, there'll be nobody there but us faculty advisors. You and me. I and you. We, just the two of us. Small world, isn't it?
Yes, but...
It'll be just a routine meeting. Brief. Then we'll have nothing but time on our hands. You and me. Just the two of us. Plenty of time. We might even have time for a date this afternoon. How does that hit you? Good, huh? Fine. Let's drink to it. Tea. Tea for two. Me and you. How does it hit you, Mr. Boynton?
Good idea. I see no harm in our planning a date now that you're out of the woods, Miss Brooks. But where shall we go?
How about back to the woods, Grandma? Well, we'll think of something. At least I will.
Excuse me, folks.
You left your jacket in Mr. Conklin's office. Bye now.
I gotta talk to you, Miss Brooks. I just went over to Ferguson's garage to pay him for the work on my car. You see, the janitor had to let me in this morning because Ferguson wasn't around. Never saw such confusion. Must have been 50 jalopies there. Well, Ferguson specializes in jalopies like mine, you know. He does great work. And, well, as I remarked while you were driving to school, it didn't seem like the same car with the new paint job and everything, so I just hope Mrs. York didn't take down the license number.
What are you trying to say, Walter?
Miss Brooks, you were driving a stolen car.
Nonsense. I wouldn't dream of letting you take a taxi over to the meeting, Mr. Cragway. I'll pick you up. You're at 6th and Maple, you say? Oh, I see. You'd prefer to walk over to the newsstand at 8th and Main and wait for me there. Anything you say, sir, yes. Just wait right on the corner. I'll be over in a jiffy. Goodbye, Miss Cragway.
Hi, Daddy.
Don't bother me now, Harriet. Got to hurry. I've got to pick up Mr. Cragway at the corner of 8th and Main. Or did he say 6th and Maple? Yes, that's it. Out of my way, child.
But I don't understand, Daddy. How can you pick up Mr. Cragway when your car's in the repair shop?
Holy cow, I plumb forgot. What'll I do? I can't keep a man of Mr. Cragway's importance waiting on the street corner. This is an emergency.
Daddy, that's Walter Denton's jacket. Now, what did you take out of his pocket?
Denton's key. I'll take his car.
Sorry, Walter, I'm in a hurry.
Where are you going?
I don't know, but I'm in a hurry. Actually, I'm due at the meeting, Walter, but I'm such a bundle of nerves, I don't know what I'm saying.
Yeah, well, I've got a couple of dandy flashes for your nerves, Miss Brooks. Flash number 1. Yeah, I went outside to take a look at our stolen car, and guess what?
What?
It's been stolen.
Hold on to my arm and give me flash number 2.
Yes, gladly. Well, right away I scurried back into the building, and that's when I saw her, Mrs. Gregory York.
Mrs. York? She's here?
New glasses and all. Right now she's inspecting some of the classrooms.
Oh, there must have been a change in plans. Did she happen to see you?
See me? Oh, we had a lengthy chat.
But she must have been blind as a bat this morning without those glasses you ran over. She didn't even recognize me.
Really? Well, I can't risk letting her see me, Walter. I've had it. Mr. Boynton's probably at the meeting by now. I'll run over and tell him I've decided to head for the border.
Oh, there you are, Sonny.
Yipes.
Hi, Mrs. York. This young lady is a member of your faculty, I presume?
Yes, ma'am. This is our Spanish teacher, Senora Gonzalez.
Delighted to know you, Senora.
Olé. Gracias. La conga.
The senora is from Brazil.
Oh, charming. You know, there's something familiar about you, Senora. Haven't I seen you somewhere before?
Not too clearly, I hope. Not too clearly do I place the face. Besides, I have not too long been coming over from Brazil, I think.
I've been to your homeland many times, Senora Gonzalez. How you must miss it.
Si, senorita.
Oh, thanks, but I'm no longer a senorita, my dear. Oh, no, indeed. I have an 18-year-old boy. About your age, I'd say, Sonny.
I was only 16 yesterday.
Of course, he has aged a lot since then. Excuse, please. I just remember an appointment. Must go.
Sorry you have to rush off, Senora. I do hope we meet again sometime.
Dankeschön.
What do you want?
Woo!
You shouldn't have come here, ma'am. I'm in conference with Mr. Cragway, Mr. Milton Cragway. So if your classroom is in order, you may go home. Goodbye.
Not so fast. Where are your manners, Mr. Boynton? Introduce me.
Yes, sir. Mr. Cragway, sir, this is our French teacher, Miss LaDarcy.
Well, I'm happy to know you, mademoiselle.
Merci. Bonjour. Eiffel Tower. With your pardon, monsieur, I must go erase my blackboard.
Where are your manners, Mr. Boynton? You go erase the mademoiselle's blackboard. Well, don't just stand there. Up to it.
Yes, sir. Very, very good, sir.
Well, if I seem in ill humor, Miss LaDarcy, let me explain that I've had an incredibly nerve-wracking day. It started this morning with my being insulted by some idiotic woman, a Miss Brooks. Dreadful experience. You have no idea.
Oh, but I do. Sacre bleu, I do.
My understanding is deeply touching, my dear.
Oh, there you are, Senora.
Caramba again.
How nice to see you again, Mr. Cragway. I see you've already met Senora Gonzalez.
What on earth are you talking about, Mrs. York? This happens to be Mademoiselle LaDarcy.
No doubt you have confused me with my twin sister, who also teaches here.
It's Senora Gonzalez is your twin.
Oui. While I grow up in France with Papa, she's growing up in Brazil with Mama. When we are babies, our parents are getting a divorce in California, so they are splitting the twins' community property. As you have observed, Madame York, we are identical twins.
Oh, what a crazy mixed-up day.
Holy la cow.
How do you do, Mr. Cragway, Mrs. York? I asked this chap to bring me here to prove to him that I am principal of this school. Allow me to present Officer Cheney, who arrested me for driving what he terms a hot car.
That's absurd. How do you do, officer? I can vouch for this man. I'm Milton Cragway of the State Board of...
I don't care who you are. All I know is I caught this bird driving a stolen car that's registered to Donald York.
Ridiculous. It's Walter's engine. Surely you can identify the car, Miss Brooks.
Brooks!
Miss Brooks!
Hand me a blindfold and fire when ready.
Martin, as our Miss Brooks returns in just a moment. And now, once again, here is our Miss Brooks.
Well, fortunately for me, my duplicity went unnoticed as Mr. Conklin and Mr. Cragway became involved in quite an argument about the responsibility for Mr. Conklin's arrest.
Now, just a minute. Don't forget this outrage is your fault, Mr. Cragway. I wouldn't have been caught if you'd been waiting at 6th and Maple as you said you would.
I told you I was going to walk over to 8th and Main, Conklin. I wanted to stop at home to drop off a potted plant that Mr. Stone had given me.
What? How dare Mr. Stone give you a lovely gift-wrapped potted plant that I gave him?
How dare you give Mr. Stone a lovely gift-wrapped potted poison ivy plant that I gave you?
What?
Easy, sir. At the time, I had no idea it was poisonous.
Good heavens! I unwrapped that plant, held the leaves in my hands. I've got poison ivy.
Shake hands, Mr. Cragway. What's good enough for a member of the school board is good enough for me.
From Hollywood, the Red Skelton program, brought to you by Tide, Procter & Gamble's amazing new discovery for your whole family wash.
Tide is dirt. Our Tide gets clothes cleaner than any soap.
Any soap?
Yes, any soap. Tide gets clothes cleaner than any soap. T-I-D-E, Tide.
Yes, it's the Red Skelton program with David Rose and his orchestra, the Four Knights, Verna Felton, Lorene Tuttle, Pat McGeehan, and yours truly, Rod O'Connor. It's a pleasure to introduce MGM's clown and Procter & Gamble's comedian, Red Skelton.
Thank you very much, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to Kansas City, for the big Bond show there.
Really?
Yeah, I'll be there to Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday.
Well, tonight, how do you feel, Red?
Well, the doctor said I don't have rabies. You know what happened to me? You know what happened to me? It's a big stray dog came over to my house, and I gave him a bath and tried to make friends with him, and then he turned on me. Oh, boy, he was mean. I won him over there. I threw him a bone.
That's using your head.
Yeah. Nice to him, he bit me.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Where did he bite you?
Well, I can't say, but if I was an automobile, I'd have a leaky gas tank. Let's turn the clock back 4 days and go out to my house, and I'll tell you exactly what happened.
He won't go away.
Yeah, I know.
He gets nastier every day.
You're not kidding, telling me nothing. I'm not telling you anything either. You know what that dog did this morning? He brought a bill collector in, opened up the closet door where I was hiding. He says, maybe this will teach you not to feed me horse meat. I love dogs, so,
Well, Mrs. Skelton said for you to get rid of that dog.
Why?
He might bite one of the children.
He wouldn't harm a flea. He's got 1 million of them, hadn't harmed a worm. way he scratches, I think he's a talent scout for a flea circus. Maybe if I rubbed him down with alcohol, the fleas would get drunk and drag him off.
I've never seen a dog as big as he is before.
Yeah, I know. Yesterday he wagged his tail and he killed 3 good humor men.
What kind of a dog is he?
You name any breed and you got it, boy. His mother, I think, was a Russian wolfhound. His father was a German shepherd, and his father was an Eskimo Spitz, and his grandmother was an English bull.
What does that make him?
A 4-legged Hungarian goobag. Anything I can give him to eat?
Well, here's a ham bone. Give him that.
Oh, yes. A bone from a ham. Alas, poor Burl, I knew him well. Here, boy, here, now, take it easy here. I got something for you. Now, come on, now, sit up. Sit up, boy, come on. Okay, take the bone, but let me up, will you? You're supposed to be man's best friend. Okay, so I'm not the man. Here. Oh, I don't have enough trouble. Here comes that grumpy next-door neighbor of mine, Mrs. What's...
Mr. Skelton, what are you doing to that dog?
Well, I wasn't doing it.
Oh, don't you sass me, you bunhead. I could have you put in jail for mistreating an animal.
Well, he was...
That's a pretty weak excuse if I ever heard.
Look, I haven't told you yet.
Well, I can read your mind. I'm good at shorthand. That dog has got to go. Last night it howled so loud I couldn't hear myself snore. And this morning it was making eyes at my peak. And I'll not allow it. It might lead to a marriage between your dog and my peak, and that would be fatal. It would make us in-laws, and I don't want you lousing up my family tree.
Well, don't worry. I don't have a tail to hang by.
Another thing. What did you say? Huh?
I don't know. I was too busy listening to you.
Don't you flap your lips at me. Think of it. While I was watering my lawn yesterday, some of my water ran over into your yard. Yes. And if your grass gets green because of it, I'll sue you, so help me.
Mrs. Fussy.
Mr. Skelton, would you mind giving me a chance to talk for a change? This reminds me, those little discussions that you and your wife have at breakfast every morning upset me something terrible.
Why, we hardly speak above a whisper.
I know. I can't hear a word you say. And that's what's upsetting me. Oh, a few years ago, your lot used to be a prairie. And believe me, those gophers were easier to get along with than you are. Oh, if I had gophers to talk to.
Someday I wish she'd close her mouth just long enough so I could see what she looks like.
Hey, Skelton.
Oh, hey, Rod.
Huh? Where'd you get the dog?
Oh, I found him out here yesterday. I was asleep and I woke up and there he was, with my leg in his mouth.
What kind is he?
You know, he's a police dog, police dog.
A police dog with all that hair on his face and that short tail?
Private eye.
Hiya, boy.
Now, careful, he's not too friendly.
Oh, I have a way with dogs.
Huh?
I have a way with dogs.
I know, and the nice girls like you, too. I'm kidding.
Mrs. Skelton wants you.
Yeah, you play with the dog, Rod. I'll be right back.
Now, come here, dog. I'll teach you some tricks. Come on, boy. I don't know what you are, but your old man sure got around. Oh, boy. You're in trouble. Here comes the dog catcher.
Well, howdy doody. Howdy doody. Open the gate. Let me in, will you?
Well, Clem Cadiddlehopper, come on in. I thought you were someone else. What's that uniform you're wearing?
I'm a dog catcher.
You are?
Mm-hmm.
You're a dog catcher?
Well, whatever gave you that idea?
Well, you just said so.
Oh, well, you're going to listen to idle gossip, huh? Say, this place sure got a lot of dogs, ain't it? Here comes a Great Dane.
Howdy, Clem.
Hey, how do you like my new uniform, DJ? Did you notice I'm wearing a white collar?
Yeah, looks nice.
Mm-hmm.
But it would look nicer if it was on a shirt.
Yeah.
What are you doing here?
The lady next door called up and said you folks had a stray dog over here.
We sure have.
Yeah.
And he's a bad dog, too.
Yeah.
Just thought I'd tell you. Think it's my duty to tell you.
Well, howdy doody to you, too.
Catch many dogs, Clem?
Oh, caught a few small ones this morning, but you should have seen the big one that got away.
People argue about paying the license fee for their dog?
Well, sometimes. This morning a lady says, I don't have a dog. I says, well, you got a doghouse out in the yard. She says, well, where else could I put it?
Ever get bit, Clem?
Oh, sure. I got bit this morning by a dog, but it was all right. Found out later that he bites everybody, you know. I could be the cat catcher, but I hate that night shift.
Well, what are you going to do with this dog? Take him with you?
I most certainly am. Not. You know, all I do all day long is just catch dogs, and I don't like catching dogs. I just don't. You know what happened to me? Driving down the street and I saw a doggone dog right out in the middle of the street, so I stopped the doggone car, I get the doggone net, and I start chasing that doggone dog. Well, I just about had him when a doggone cat walked in front of the doggone dog, and the doggone dog started chasing the doggone cat up a doggone alley. Well, I had to run up the doggone alley after the doggone dog chasing the doggone cat. The doggone dogs were killing me, you know. I was just about finally the doggone dog and cat was too fast for me, and I threw down the net, and that's what I said.
What?
Well, I'll be doggone. That was better than what was here. Oh, that's why I don't like to do dog catching no more.
Why did you take the job as dog catcher?
Well, I had no choice. You see, I was drafted.
Well, if you were forced into your job, why don't you write to your congressman?
Oh, that wouldn't do any good. My congressman can't read.
How did you get elected? If your congressman can't read, how did he get elected?
Well, he wasn't elected. See, he won the job on Stop the Music. Poor, simple soul. Well, I better run this mud in. Come on, you flea breeder.
Now, watch out, Clem. I think he bites.
Oh, he won't bite me. You know.
Well, Uncle seems to know that you're the dog catcher.
Well, I'll show you how I win him over. Just pat him on the head like this, see? Oh, well, I didn't use that finger much anyway. Well, I got to get over to 1400 Dream Street and see if it's like the Four Knights really say it is.
Found the ideal spot, a real gone street. I'm moving in, my baby, to make it complete. I got a place to hang my heart now, where I can always be with you. At 1400 Dream Street, near Happiness Avenue. It's God's Kiss Condition Parlor, lit up with moonbeams from the blue. At 1400 Dream Street, near Happiness Avenue. There's a little yard, fence around it, oh so heavenly, high up on a hill, angels must have found it. Special dream for you and me, I got the dreams, hop on a rainbow, we live in love, that's all we'll do. At 1400 Dream Street, near Happiness Avenue, there's a little yard, picket fence around it. Found it, especially for you and me. Pack up your dreams, hop on a rainbow. We live in love, that's all we'll do. At 1400 Dream Street, there, Happiness Avenue. Dear Happiness Avenue. Dear Happiness Avenue.
Sudsy, I see you made friends with the pooch, huh?
Yeah, I taught him a trick. Watch how I can make him sit up. Tied.
Oh, he's sitting up. Look.
Well, sure, he's not the only one who sits up when you mention that new wash day miracle, Tide.
Oh, well, go ahead. Rinse out a few words.
Thank you.
Tide is dirt. Our Tide gets clothes cleaner than any soap.
Any soap?
Yes, any soap.
Hold on now. I know the Tide gets clothes cleaner than any soap. But does Tide get clothes cleaner than these new Suds discoveries?
Lady Tide gets clothes cleaner than any other washing product of any kind. Cleaner than any soap, any other suds, any other washing product known. You see, Procter & Gamble's Tide not only leaves clothes free from dirt, it removes dingy soap film as well. Yet along with all its remarkable cleaning power, Tide gives you safety. Tide is truly safe for all your washable colors. In fact, Tide actually brightens those colors, whisks away dulling soap film like magic. And Tide's a wonder for white things, too. In hardest water, Tide gets curtains, sheets, towels whiter than any other washing product known. Yes, what's true of Tide is true of no other washing product you can buy. For no soap, no other suds, no other washing product known will get your clothes as clean as Tide.
Well, we all know that, Rod. Well, I'm worried about what are we going to do with this dog?
Well, why don't you look in the classified ads of the newspaper? Maybe the owners advertise for them much.
Okay, we'll look in this paper. The California Sun.
California Sun?
Yeah, it comes out late in the afternoon. Here's the lost and found section here.
Say, here's one. Found diamond stick pin. Owner, contact the above address and receive punch in the nose for leaving it in that chair.
Hey, this might be it. Lost a thoroughbred mongrel. Returned to the Crash-In Motel, bungalow 3.5. A large reward. You been there, huh? Come on in, Ron. Come on, we'll take the dog over there. It's only 3 blocks. We can walk it. Come on, dear.
This dog sure doesn't like walking on the leash.
Oh, stop complaining. You've only got to carry him 2 more blocks. Hey, let's cross the street and watch out for the traffic, though. I read in the papers this morning that the California drivers are behind in their quota.
Well, say, the cars seem to look out for me when I'm wearing this yellow sports jacket.
Sure, you look like the Wheelchair Bus.
Look, can't you walk a little faster? I'm getting tired of holding this mud.
Okay, the Crash-In Motel is right down the street here. Well, here's the bungalow. You go in and talk to the guy, will you?
Howdy, strangers! Who do you want to see? Deadeye?
Yeah, is he in?
Not only is he in, he's a squinting at you, partner. And with his good eye, too. You ain't the sheriff, are you?
No, I'm Rod O'Connor.
Well, tell me something. Is that your stomach, or is Sidney Greenstreet in hiding?
Now, look, cowpunchy. Who? I'm not used to be talked to like that.
Watch how you flap your jaws, deadweight. You happen to be talking to Deadeye, the roughest, toughest, rootin'est, tootin'est, hootin'est, bootin'est cowboy in Texas. I'm the boy that made them forget the Alamo.
How?
I shot them when they asked for ice cream on their pie.
It's up to me.
I am. I'm really tough. Look at them hands.
Yeah. Can you tear a phone book in half?
No, but I can wrinkle the devil out of a Reader's Digest.
Cowboy, how come you're not bow-legged?
The horse wears a girdle. Very thin horse, you know.
Are those guns you're wearing loaded?
I haven't loaded this one yet. You don't happen to have any ink on you, do you, boy?
Carry ink in your guns?
Just one of them. After I shoot a man, I always like to put my signature on my word.
Look, I don't want to take up any more of your time, deadbeat.
Oh, the Deadeye's in there. Spelled with an X.
Look, the reason I came here was to bring this dog you lost. Is this your dog?
Well, how do I know it's a dog? It looks like a toupee with legs to me.
Flirch?
Yeah, but he's all covered with hair. Put him down on the ground. Let him walk around. See which end is which. Oh, he's sitting down. Well, how? We know.
All I want to know is this your dog or not?
Oh, that ain't my dog, but I'll take him. You don't want him, but you know, a cowboy knows that a dog is a man's best friend. Mm-hmm. Politician knows that, too.
A politician?
Sure. Ain't you ever noticed after they get in office how they start dogging it? I don't know who actually... Anybody missed that when you can hear it on Burrow's show? I sure would, Shinny. I've sudden grown attached to that dog, that pot licker here.
You have?
Yeah, you notice? Yeah. My leg is attached to his mouth right now.
Well, I hope you two will be very happy together. So long.
Adios.
David Rose and the Tide Orchestra play Ghost Riders in the Sky.
Did you hear that just now?
Mm-hmm.
Dave Rose is rehearsing the band down the street again. It's nice to be sitting here on the porch, but the place seems kind of empty without that old woolly dog around, doesn't it?
Yeah, but your wife's right. You know, the dog was too rough to have around your kids.
Yeah, I hope he'll be all right with that cowboy again, too.
Red, did you hear what I heard?
You mean that wasn't you barking? Hey, look who came in the yard. The poor man's lassie came home again.
Well, we better start looking for the lost and found ads again.
Yeah.
Hey, this looks interesting.
What is it? Read it. Is it about the dog?
No, but it tells how to get rid of that dog's life on wash day.
Oh, go ahead. Start bubbling, Bubble.
You know, the most valuable thing you get when you buy a package of Tide is something you can't even see. It's a promise. This promise. Procter & Gamble's Tide will get your clothes cleaner than any soap, any other suds, any other washing product known. And that's the most amazing promise in the history of wash day. Here's what it includes. Tide will not only give your clothes, leave them free from dirt, it will remove dingy soap film, too. Yet with all this amazing cleaning power, Tide is truly safe for all your washable colors. In fact, Tide actually brightens soap-dull colors. And in hardest water, Tide gets white things whiter than any other washing product known. Yes, even in the hardest water, Tide works its miracles. In any kind of water, you get oceans of Tide suds. Those suds look and feel different. That's because Tide is different. No soap, no other suds, no other washing product known will get your clothes as clean as Tide.
It says that there, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it says. Oh, sir, that was really beautiful. Hey, I sure wish I knew who this dog belonged to. I'd like to keep him here, but I'm never at home. Gosh, and full of a guy.
Yeah, I know. How about me taking him over and giving him to Junior?
Hey, do you think his mother and grandmother will let him have him?
Well, we can try.
Huh?
Be careful now, that light's red.
No, stop twice next time.
Uh-oh. Here comes the little boy Blue on his gasoline pony.
Well, thank heavens. For a second, I thought it was something I ate. Here, now, let me talk to this guy. Let me handle it. I'll handle everything.
Good afternoon, pilots. Tell me something. Do you always fly this low?
No. Hi, officer. You know who I am?
Well, no, I don't. Could you be after giving me a clue or two?
Well, I'm on the radio, and I'm a star at Metro Goldwyn Mayer.
Well, lassie. It's so good to see you.
I'm Red Skelton.
You're Red Skelton.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we all have to go sooner or later.
You ever hear my radio show? This is Rod O'Connor.
Oh, you're the one that tells everybody about Tide.
That's old Bubbles gets in your eyes. That's him.
You know, I like the way you talk about Tide.
Oh?
It sure helps my wife, too. Whenever you're given one of them Tide commercials, she just dumps the dirty clothes right into the radio and they come out just as clean and white.
Well, you wait till we go on television. You'll see us in there doing the laundry right in front of your eyes.
Hey, it was nice to meet up.
Oh, thank you.
If you ever want to find me again, just go through another stop signal.
Well, so long, officer. I hope Barry Fitzgerald beats his head in. Oh, it works, eh? Did you see me keep right on talking? He forgot to give me a ticket. How do you like that, huh? That's the way to turn on the old personality of those guys. Well, what do you say about the way I talked to him and him not giving us a ticket? Take the traffic ticket out of your mouth and answer me, will you? Now, you go talk to Junior's folks, and I'll stay here and hold the dog.
Okay. Hey, there's Junior now, riding his tricycle. Hello, Junior.
Out of me way, you big fat snob. Mr. O'Connor, balloon boy. Hi.
What are you doing?
I'm pretending I'm riding a horse, see? Watch me ride him right through the mud puddle.
Who put that rock in there?
Hey, Junior, I've got something for you. That is, if your folks will let you have him. Come on, take a look.
Oh, what is it? Oh, a dog. Don't you bite me. You bite me, I'll bite you, boy. You never had hydrophobia, have you? Give me your
I see, but that kills him.
Well, he won't hurt you. Do you like dogs?
Oh, yeah, I had a dog once, but my pop was eating, see? And the dog took a bite out of me pop's apple, and I had to get rid of him.
For biting an apple?
It was me pop's Adam apple. Why, he was a nice dog, though. He was a dachshund, you know. A dachshund, whatever it's called. He was one of those little dogs. He was about 1 dog high and 3 dogs long. He was the longest dog in the world. You have never seen a dog this long in your life, you know. I used to pet his head in the living room and then run out to the kitchen to see he wagging his tail.
He was, huh?
Yes. Oh, my.
Would you like to have this dog? Would you like to have this dog?
I'd like to have me line if you don't mind. I'll take him, but you better come and help me. I'll talk to Mummy and Nemo. Mummy! Nemo!
Junior, you stop slamming that door. What do you want?
Go!
Oh, good heavens, you've caught cold again. Where did you get that dog?
Mr. O'Connell, good, give him to me.
Yeah, I thought he'd make a nice pet for Junior.
That's right. I'm sorry. I didn't see you standing there. Oh, my, he's kind of big.
Yeah, but he's a nice dog, Nemo. He like me, don't you, puppy? Look, he's making me face. Oh, boy, look at that. An automatic face voicer.
Don't let that dog lick your face.
Why not, Maybe he likes chocolate. Here, puppy, like banana cream pie? Try behind the left ear.
What do you think, Verna?
Well, I'll have to ask his mother.
Lorene. Yes, Mother?
Whoa.
Junior, go take some cold syrup. You sound like you're getting hoarse. Oh, I've got to get your hair cut.
Oh, take it easy, Mummy. Take it easy. I'm over here, the one without the tail, remember?
Oh, my dog. Junior, get him out of here. Why, he's the silliest dog I've ever seen.
Listen to him sing, isn't that pretty? Yeah.
Sounds like a sick coyote.
Not so loud. You know he sounds like a sick coyote. I know he sounds like a sick coyote. But he thinks he's Von Monroe.
What kind of a dog is he? Well, he looks like a greyhound.
Is that a greyhound? Goodness me, no wonder little Dickie Orland was so tired. He rode across the country on one of them things. Mommy, Nemo, please,
Well, what would you feed him?
Well, he won't eat much.
Well, go get him some scraps out of the icebox, Junior, and we'll see.
Well, put them on a paper plate. I won't have him eating out of my good dishes.
I'll get some Dane's dog food, that's what I'll do.
You know, a pet is good for kids. It gives them responsibility.
Well, maybe it would help. Maybe it'll keep Junior out of trouble.
Oh, you dreamer, you. Let me help Junior.
Here, boy.
Now, don't get too close to him. He might bite your skull and break his teeth.
Yes, we... Nuts. The whole family's nuts. Look, eat the paper plate, too.
We better not keep him.
Oh, no, I want him. Please, let me have your doggy, please. I want your doggy.
Just for a few days.
Well, okay.
Yes, I knew I would get him.
Just put him outdoors.
Okay, come on, boy. Can you do some tricks? Stay up. No reactions. Lay down. Nothing. Roll over. Play dead. Drop dead. I got gypped on this deal. This dog's an idiot.
Well, you'll have to train him outside, Junior.
Oh, come on, Pooch. Outside. Come on, here. Come on. I said outside. Now, I'm going to show you who the master is. Now, I said outside. Mummy, let me in. Mrs. Skelton, I found a home for that dog.
Oh, that's dandy. You see, the reason Mrs. Skelton didn't want you to keep him was because she bought a French poodle. He's out in the backyard now. Go see.
A French poodle? Gee, I hope we get along. My French is so bad, you know. Get along, please.
How do you like the French poodle, Mrs. Skelton?
Oh, I like it fine. I hope the dog I gave Junior likes him.
Why?
He just came in the backyard again. Tonight, so until next Friday. This is Red Skelton saying goodbye now, and thanks for listening, and thanks for buying more and more of that Wash Day Miracle Tide.
Tide is dirt. Our Tide gets closer than any soap. T-I-D-E, Tide.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Abbott and Costello program, brought to you by Camel, the cigarette that's first in the service according to actual sales records. See if your throat and your taste don't make Camel a first with you, too. Find out for yourself. Listen to the rhythms of Freddie Rich and his orchestra, the swingy songs of Connie Haynes. And this being October 12th, we remind you of the famous words that Queen Isabella said to Columbus. Yes, sir, Columbus discovered America, and America discovered our Camel stars, Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
Well, Costello, I'm sure glad to see you again. How do you feel?
Huh?
How do you feel?
Oh, I don't know. Wait a minute. Where do I look?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Already?
Here it is.
All right, go ahead.
Here it is on page 1.
All right.
I feel awful, Abbott. I really feel awful. I just got some terrible news.
What do you mean?
Get a load of this letter.
What letter?
It just came from my cousin, Corporal Hugo Costello.
Yes?
He's been thrown into the guardhouse for bringing poison ivory into the camp.
Poison ivory?
Yep.
I think you mean poison ivy?
No, this was poison ivory. They caught him with loaded dice.
Look, Costello, forget about your cousin. I've got some important business to discuss with you.
Oh, good.
You know that $75 you made this summer working on your Uncle Artie Stebbins' farm?
What about it?
Well, I'm going to invest it for you today. I'm going to double your money.
You're going to double my money?
Yes.
No, you don't, Abbott. Give me back my $75.
What do you mean?
I'll double it myself.
How?
I'll fold it once and put it back into my pocket.
Costello, I'm not going to give you that money. You'll only squander it. Besides, I haven't got the money with me.
You haven't, huh?
No.
What's that lump in your sock?
Oh, that's my long underwear.
How come your long underwear's got Lincoln's picture on it?
Costello, there's no use arguing. I've made our decision.
You've made our decision.
Exactly.
What is our decision that you've made?
I'm investing your $75 in a gold mine in Gold Tooth, Nevada.
I don't want no gold mine.
Nonsense, Costello. Do you know of an easier way to make money?
Yeah, but Gypsy Rose Lee beat me to it.
No.
I'd like to do a takeoff on Gypsy Rose Lee.
All right, never mind that.
Pretty
No,
good.
Here, put that back. Costello, I can see that you know nothing about mining.
Oh, is that so?
Yes.
I spent all last night mining in my kitchen.
Mining in your kitchen?
Yeah, council mining.
Oh, look.
Council mining.
I got it.
I'll give you one more try.
All right. Look, Costello, do you know where gold comes from?
No, but I know where it goes to.
Yeah, I know.
Now give me back my $75.
Not so fast. For your information, gold comes from ore.
Huh?
Gold comes from ore.
Gold comes from ore.
Yeah.
Or what?
That's right, gold ore.
Oh, thank you. Or what?
Or nothing, just plain ore.
Look, it's got to be or something.
No.
You just can't let the participle dangle. It gets in front of the proposition.
No. I tell you, Costello, it's just plain ore. Gold ore.
Abbott, you shouldn't talk without finishing your sentences. Your grammar is bad.
My grammar's bad.
Your grammar's bad.
I finish my sentences. How do you think your grammar is?
Well, she hasn't finished her sentence yet.
Listen, Costello, get this through your thick skull. Gold comes from ore.
Good.
First you dig the gold, then you smelt it.
I do what?
You smelt the gold.
I didn't smelt nothing. I couldn't smelt it. I got a cold.
Look, will you please talk sense, Costello? I mean, you dig up the gold, and then you smelt it.
Not me, Abbott. I ain't digging it up.
Why not?
If it's going to smelt, why dig it up? Let it stay in the ground.
But, Costello...
Not if it's going to smelt.
Now,
pile the dirt on.
Now, wait a minute. Look, but...
Bury it deeper.
I know. Look.
Way
All
down.
right, look, will you please be quiet? In order to refine the gold, you've got to smelt it. You smelt the gold ore.
The gold ore what?
No. Now, don't start that again, please. You smelt the gold, and it comes out refined.
It comes out refined.
That's right.
That don't make sense.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, if the gold is so refined, why does it smelt?
No. You still don't understand, Lou. First you dig into the ground until you strike a vein of gold.
A vein of gold?
Certainly. Gold comes in veins.
Is that why your veins are so lumpy?
No. Listen, I'm not talking about my veins.
Well, I am. Well, whose veins are you talking about?
The veins I'm talking about are in the ground. And as you dig down deeper, you find that the veins get closer and closer together.
Oh, just like my grandfather.
Your grandfather?
Yeah, he's got very, very close veins.
No. Will you stop talking and start listening? As you follow the veins down into the ground, you finally come to the main vein. That's where you strike your mother lode.
I beg your pardon? That's where I strike what lode?
The mother lode. The mother lode. You strike the mother vein.
How dare you? Now, Abbott, you and me is going out in the alley. You have impugned on my good name.
What do you mean?
Now, I'm a good-natured dope. You know that, Abbott.
I know that.
Now, you can abuse me all you want. And I've stood a lot from you.
All right.
I have taken many, many insults, but I didn't mind, because I'm beneath that. But at last you have hurt and besmirched my honor.
What in heaven's name are you talking about?
I didn't mind when you told me that gold smelt. And I didn't care when you told me that even my refined gold smelt. I even forgave you, Abbott, when you said gold ore. And you refused to tell me or what. But when you asked me to go down into that mine and strike my mother in the vein while she was carrying a load, that did it.
Well, speaking of veins, who ever seen a diagrammatic drawing of the human throat? What a wonderful, intricate instrument it is. And how important that you give it proper care and attention, such as the proper choice of cigarettes, for example. That is important. Why don't you give your own throat a chance to try Camel's kind, cool mildness? See how your throat feels at the end of a day after you've been smoking all day when Camel's your cigarette. And try Camel's rich, full, fresh flavor on your taste. The flavor that never goes flat, so many smokers say, no matter how many Camels you smoke. Flavor that holds up pack after pack. So try Camel's on your T-zone. That's T for throat and T for taste today.
C-A-M-E-L-S.
Camel, the superb blend of costlier tobaccos. Well, though we don't know whether Lou Costello will find gold, we do know that Freddie Rich and his orchestra will strike a vein of popularity when they dig straightened up and fly right. Start digging. Handsome heroes, Bud Abbott and Lou Costello, we find that the convincing Abbott has induced the gullible Costello to invest his $75 in a gold mine called the Little Pauper Mine, located in Goldtooth, Nevada. As we look in on the boys, they are trekking across the burning sands of the Mojave Desert on their way to the mine. Here they are, trekking.
I's a-trekking, a boom daddy-a-dee. I's a-trekking with a hot dog.
All right, Costello.
Costello.
Costello!
Yes.
Will you behave yourself?
Well, I was a-trekking.
I know, but we've got to get to Goldtooth, Nevada before dark. I think we're lost now. I don't see any sign of a trail.
Hey, Abbott, look. There's a big rock over there with some writing on it. What does it say?
What does it say? Can't you read?
No. I can read reading, but I can't read writing.
All right. Get out of the way. Let's see.
Okay.
It says, under this stone lies Billy the Kid.
Well, come on. What are you standing there for? Come on, help me. Move this stone, Abbott.
What for?
We gotta get that kid out of there.
Oh, no. No.
How can he breathe under
Now,
there?
wait a minute, you dummy. It says this rock marks the spot where Billy the Kid fell in 1861.
Well, no wonder the kid fell. I nearly tripped over the darn thing myself. Well, what's got me is, how did he get under the rock?
Never mind that. Look here.
Wow.
Hey, wait a minute. Here comes a man across the desert. Maybe he can give us some information, some directions.
Get a load of the guy.
Yeah.
He's wearing a bathing suit.
Yeah.
Hey, you! What's the idea of wearing a swimming suit out here in the desert?
I'm a lifeguard.
A lifeguard. But there isn't any water within 200 miles of here.
Yes, large beach, isn't it?
Hey, was that guy real, or am I seeing a garage?
Garage. The word is mirage.
Oh, no, Abbott. Mirage is what my mother puts on top of her pies. Lemon mirage pie.
No, you don't mean mirage. You mean meringue. Meringue.
Meringue?
Yes.
Oh, no. That's what we use in our house instead of butter. Butter.
You use meringue.
Yeah, oleo margarine meringue.
Oh.
Slippery stuff, too.
All right.
Can't hold it in your hand, the powder.
Yeah, I know all about that. Come on, Costello. We've got a long way to go before we get to the mine. Hey, look. There's an Indian coming out of that cave over there. Maybe he knows the way.
Well, if it's an Indian, Abbott, let's run.
What
He
for?
probably wants our scallops for dinner. Fried scallops with head lettuce.
Now, don't be such a coward. He's just a peaceful Indian selling blankets. I'll speak to him. How much cost them blankets, Chief?
$15.
But, Chief, $15 for that blanket. You make 'em price too high.
What's high? That's strictly OPA ceiling price.
Costello, it's Kitzel.
Could be. How's with you, my hippie chappie?
Hey, Kitzel, are you an Indian?
With certain reservations, yes.
Oh, wait a minute, Kitzel.
Yes.
Those are phony Indian blankets you got there.
Why?
Look, it says right here, made in Cleveland.
Oh, pish posh, didn't you ever hear of the Cleveland Indians?
Look, Kitzel, we're trying to get to Costello's mine in Goldtooth, Nevada, and we lost our way. Can you tell us where we can get an Indian guide?
Oh, now, don't be so uppity-poppity. I'm an Indian.
When I hear you call,
all right.
I
love you. Kitzel, will you keep quiet a minute?
Oh, Tonto!
All right, never mind.
Victor!
All right.
And away!
All right. Look. Kitzel, you're a pretty anemic-looking Indian.
He must be a half-bleed.
Half-bleed? He called me a half... I don't like it.
Look, Kitzel, I don't like it here either. Now, where can I get a drink around here? I'm awful thirsty.
Well, now, here, just try a little sip of this homemade cactus juice here.
Oh, good. Okay, I'll try it. Hey, this stuff is killing me.
Well, for goodness sake, I can't understand that cactus juice was made personally by the Blackfeet Indians.
Well, they must have left one of their feet in it. It's kicking me in the stomach.
Listen, Costello.
Abbott, tell him to take his shoe off.
All right, keep quiet. Stop drinking that stuff. Costello, I don't think we can get to the Goldtooth tonight. Kitzel, is there any place around here we can stay?
Oh, yes, of course. Step right in, gentlemen. Welcome to Kitzel's Cozy Camp for Indians. 12 teppies for tired tourists, and no charge for scalp treatment.
Abbott, I'm telling you now, let's get out of here.
Now, just a second, gentlemen. You're passing up a beautiful place to spend our weekend. Why, we've got here horses, golf courses, and gay young divorces, driving, diving, and jitterbug jiving, peaches, leeches, poison ivy that eats us, hiking, biking, all sports to your liking, bees, trees, and a few trained fleas. Not to mention...
fishing, wishing, and nice girls for kissing, inspectors, actors, and social directors, foxholes, rockholes, and sand in your sock holes, lizards, gizzards, in your winter there's blizzards. In the winters there's blizzards. Sundays and Mondays you sleep in your undies. Cause we have no pajamas today.
To temporarily relieve our gold prospectors, Bud Abbott and Lou Costello, to face the pleasant prospect of hearing our golden-voiced gal, Connie Haynes, sing It Could Happen to You.
Hide your heart from sight. rock your dreams at night. It could happen to you. Don't count stars or you might stumble. Someone drops a sigh and down you tumble. Keep an eye on spring. Run when church bells ring. It could happen to you. All I did was wonder how your arms would be. And it happened to me. Keep an eye on spring. Run when church bells ring. It could happen to you. All I did was wonder how your arms would be. And it happened to me. And it
You know, every now and then when you stepped up to a counter and asked for camels, your dealer has to say, sorry, no camels today. But please remember this. Camel's mildness and flavor make them worth asking for the next time. So keep on asking again and again. And again. You know, your T-zone, that's T for taste and T for throat, might join me in urging you to keep on asking for camels. Yes, your taste may say, keep those camels coming, Chief. That rich, full, fresh flavor, that's for us. And your throat may find that Camel's kind, cool mildness agrees with it wonderfully. So always ask for C-A-M-E-L-S. Camels, the cigarette that may suit your T-zone to a T. The cigarette to keep asking for again and again.
Well, here we are at last, Costello in Goldtooth. Oh, boy.
Hey, are we here in Goldtooth?
Yes.
Let's start drilling.
Oh, come. Say, there's the Red Dog Saloon, Costello. Let's go in and see if they can direct us to the mine.
The Red Dog Saloon?
Yes.
That looks like a den of antiquity. If my scoutmaster saw me go in there, he would strike me of my merit badge.
Oh, come on in.
No, boys. Please don't go into the Red Dog Saloon. Every time you go in there, the devil goes in with you.
What did he say, Abbott?
Every time you go into a saloon, the devil goes in with you.
Well, if he does, he buys his own drinks. Come on, let's get in there.
Well, hello, boys. Welcome to the Red Dog Saloon.
Well, who are you?
Who am I? I'm part of the Old West. Why, one look at my face and these two guns I'm wearing should tell you who I am.
Hey, Abbott, it's Gene Autry.
Well, what's that package she's carrying on her back?
Must be Smiley Burnett.
Quiet, Costello.
The boys were right.
Yes, I know it. Madam, we came here to find a...
No. Business can wait. You boys must have had a long journey. Why don't you relax a while? Come on, fat boy, let's dance.
Well...
I'll have the boys play your favorite tune.
Well, my favorite song is called The Bed That Wasn't Slept In.
The Bed That Wasn't Slept In?
Yeah, Holiday for Springs. I bounced that one up myself. That's mind over mattress.
Costello, we're wasting time. Look, madam, we came here to look for a little pauper mine. I've convinced Mr. Costello here to buy the controlling interest.
The little pauper mine.
Be careful where you drop that one, lady. They're 72 cents a dozen.
Just a minute, madam. What's the matter with the little pauper mine? Isn't there any gold in it?
Well, there should be. Nobody's ever taken any out.
Where is the mine located?
Why, it's right under this building, 10,000 feet down. Here, step into the elevator. And if this old cable holds, I'll have you down there in 10 minutes.
And if the old cable doesn't hold?
Well, here we are. Did we come down too fast for you, partner?
No. I always wear my underwear rolled up around my neck.
Well, if you boys just follow that tunnel there, it'll lead you to the mine. Goodbye.
Hey, Abbott, I'm telling you, for the last time, get me out of this place. I ain't going in no dark tunnel.
Costello, you're just scared. You're a lily-livered yellow coward.
You're just saying that because it's true.
Oh.
Did I read that right?
Yes, come on. But buck up, Costello. Put a smile on your face. Come on. Let's hear you laugh.
Abbott, what was that? Somebody else laughed just like me.
Oh, that was nothing but your echo. Go ahead, laugh again. You'll see. Your echo will come right back.
Hey, Abbott, somebody tickled my echo.
All right, never mind that, Costello. Hey, I think I see some gold.
Gold or what?
No, never mind. Give me that pick and I'll start picking.
Okay, give me the crowbar and I'll start crowing. Hey, Abbott.
What?
I think it's going to rain.
Why?
Listen, I hear thunder.
That isn't rain. That's not rain and it's not thunder, Costello. I think the mine is caving in.
Caving in?
Yes.
Abbott!
Look out!
I got news for you. It caved!
You're right, Costello. We're trapped here in this tunnel. I'm afraid we'll never get out.
Never?
Never.
That's a long time, Abbott. I don't want to stay here. I got to go home. My mother and my little brother Sebastian is waiting for me.
I'm afraid, Costello. That you'll never see them again.
Abbott, you don't mean...
Yes.
What?
Costello, these are our last moments on Earth. We have only a few minutes to live. Have you any last thing you want to say before we go? Anything you want to say before we go?
Yes, Abbott. Yes.
What is it?
Just one thing, Abbott.
What is it, Lou?
Help!
It's no use yelling, Costello. Nobody can hear us away down here.
I don't care if nobody hears us way down here, as long as they hear us way up there.
There isn't a chance, Costello. We may as well face it. This is the end, old pal. The end.
I guess you're right, Bud.
Yeah. Costello.
What?
Our friendship has meant a lot to me.
I know it has.
I appreciate the many things you've done for me.
I know I've done a lot.
And before the end comes, I'd like to give you back your $75.
You want to give me the $75 now that it's the end?
Take it, Lou. I don't want anything on my mind.
Find time to pay me.
Here, invest it in any business you want while we're here.
Here in the cave, I got invested.
Use your own judgment.
I'll open up a hot dog stand.
Use your own judgment.
Well, thanks, old pal. I'm almost ashamed to make this, to take this money. I mean, after all the things I've done to you, I've done a lot of things to you, Abbott.
Oh, that's all right.
I've done some awful things.
That's
to you.
all right.
Abbott, there's one thing I've got to tell you before the end. There's one thing I've got to confess.
What is it? What is it, Costello?
I knew who was on first base all the time. Hey, Abbott! Abbott! The ground is opening up. I'm falling. Catch me. Hold me. I'm falling. Abbott, where am I? Ah, come on. Get up off the floor, you big fat loafer. Why, it's Sebastian. Me own little brother Sebastian. Well, what are you doing down here in the gold mine? What gold mine? You just fell out of bed. Fell out of bed? You mean the gold mine, the desert? You mean everything was all a dream? Yeah! You've been sleeping since last Tuesday. If you don't get up, I'll throw a pail of water on you. Oh, yeah? Yeah! Oh, yeah? Yeah! Oh, yeah? Yeah! You know, this could develop into a very dull conversation. Now, look, you better get downstairs right away, Sebastian. Come on. Ma's got your breakfast ready. How do you know? Oh, come on now. I'm mixed up. Now, go on. Go on now. Go on, kid. All right, I'll go down for breakfast. I smelt the bacon. Wait a minute. You can't smelt bacon. You can only smelt ore. Or what? Cut that out, Sebastian. I went through all of that with your Uncle Bud. I've had a terrible night, and I don't want to get no arguments with you. You know I love you, Sebastian. Now, why do you come in every morning and pick on me? What's the matter with you? Oh, I'm a bad boy.
We'll bring Abbott and Costello back to you in just a moment. But in the meantime...
Thanks to the Yanks of the Week. Tonight we salute Private First Class Alton W. Knappenberger of Spring Mountain, Pennsylvania, wearer of the nation's highest award, the Congressional Medal of Honor. It would take this whole half hour and another to cover all of this one-man Anzio army, as they called him on the Italian front. In your honor, Private Knappenberger, the makers of camels are sending to our fighters overseas 400,000 Camel cigarettes.
Each of the three Camel radio shows honors a Yank of the Week by sending free 400,000 Camel cigarettes overseas, a total of more than 1 million Camels sent free each week. In this country, the Camel caravans traveling from camp to camp have thanked audiences of more than 4 million Yanks with free shows and free Camels. Camel broadcasts go out to the United States 3 times a week, a shortwave to our men overseas and to South America. Listen tomorrow to Jimmy Durante and Gary Moore, Monday to Bob Hawke in Thanks to the Yanks, and next Thursday to Abbott and Costello. Well, as we promised, here are Bud Abbott and Lou Costello for a few final words.
Thanks, Ken. Come on, Costello. Let's get going to the mine and dig up the gold ore.
Now, look, Abbott, let's forget the whole thing.
Forget it. Why, you're turning down a fortune. A slice of that mine is a bonanza.
Okay, you talked me into it. If you give me a bottle of cream, I'll go.
A bottle of cream?
Sure. I'm nuts about sliced bonanzas and cream.
Good night, folks.
Good night,
everybody.
Good night, everybody in Patterson. Good night.
Be sure to tune in next week for another great Abbott and Costello show. And remember, try Camels on your throat and your taste. See for yourself how Camel's mildness, coolness, and flavor click with you.
More pipes smoke Prince Albert than any other tobacco in the world. The whole wide world. And when anything becomes that popular, there must be a reason. There are a lot of reasons why Prince Albert will put new pleasure in your good old pipe, too. The flavor? Wonderful. Rich and full, but mellow and mild as Indian summer sunshine. The aroma? An aged-in-the-wood goodness that pleases people around you as well as yourself. And Prince Albert is crimp-cut for the firmest packing, smoothest drawing, and cleanest burning a smoker could ask for. And it's no-bite treated for the happiness of your tongue. And what a bargain. There are just about 50 thrifty pipefuls in one red 2-ounce package of Prince Albert. So start on PA today.
This program was directed by Dick Mack, and this is Ken Niles wishing you a pleasant good night from Hollywood.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is smile. S-M-I-L-E.
Really?
You bet your life. It's Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood and brought to you by the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers. The dealers who have on display the outstanding DeSoto Automatic with fully automatic power flight transmission and the all-new Plymouth, your best buy in the low-priced field. And now, here he is, the one, the only...
What a grisly name. Oh, that's me. Well, here I am again with $1,500 for one of our couples.
Well, Groucho, we have a young married couple for you tonight. And when you meet them, I think you'll understand why I invited them to the show tonight as sort of special guests. So, Mr. and Mrs. Bob Mathias, would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx?
Well, welcome, kids, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Say the secret word and take home an extra $100. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Mr. and Mrs. Bob Mathias. Well, the stool I'm sitting on is just like 42nd Street and Broadway. Sooner or later, the whole world passes by your door. Like Port Said. In case there's anybody who doesn't recognize him, this fellow happens to be the greatest all-around athlete of our time. He's the male Babe Dickerson. He's this year's Jim Thorpe. If you don't believe me, I'll ask Mrs. Mathias, isn't he?
Sure, yes.
Well, that proves it. What's your first name, Mrs. Mathias?
Melba.
Melba. Obviously, you're the toast of California. How long have you been married, Melba?
Oh, about 8.5 months, Groucho.
Mm-hmm. But you knew all about him when he was doing all that jumping and running, huh?
That's right. Uh-huh.
Well, since you caught him, I'd say you were the greatest athlete of our time. How old are you, Bob?
23, Groucho.
Well, you're a pretty big fella, huh? How big are you?
Well, I'm 6'3", 205 pounds.
And what do you weigh, Melba?
About 118.
He's twice as big as you are. Does he scare you?
No.
It was always that way, ever since Samson and Delilah. She's probably planning to give him a haircut any day now. How'd you meet Bob? Do you remember the very first time you saw him?
Oh, yes. He was on the cover of Life magazine.
What did you do? Ask him to get off so you could read it? Well, how did you actually meet him?
Well, it was at Stanford University. I was going around the corner, and he was coming from the opposite direction. And we bumped into one another, and he knocked me down, and he said, "Excuse me," and picked me up and went on.
That's all he did, huh? Mm-hmm. Probably shows more sympathy when he knocks down a high hurdle. How about Bob's athletic victories? What are some of his achievements, Melba?
Well, I think two of his greatest was...
marrying you, I think.
Thank you. Was during the last two Olympics in 48 and 52. He won the decathlon event both years. And in 52, he set a world and Olympic record and amassed the most points for the event.
Have you always been athletic, Bob?
No, I haven't. When I was 13, I was anemic. I was tired and weak and a 90-pound weakling.
You were tired and run down at the age of 13?
Yes, sir.
Took me 40 years to get in that condition. Well, how did you change from this miserable little crawfish into this legendary athlete?
Well, my father is an MD and surgeon, a doctor, and he prescribed lots of rest, the proper foods, and gave me iron shots to build back my blood.
What is your ambition, Bob? Are you still continuing your athletic career?
Well, I took up golf about five months ago.
Golf? Say, you really have a high ambition, huh? You want to be president, huh? What is your best score at golf?
85.
85. Well, we're about the same there. Is that for 18 holes or 9?
18, I'm afraid.
18, yeah. Well, mine is for 3 holes. But that's for cheating, huh?
What are your plans for the immediate future, Bob? Are you in training for the next Olympics?
No, I'm not. I'm through with track and field, but right now we're getting ready to make a motion picture called The Bob Mathias Story. A picture about my life.
Who's going to play the part of Bob Mathias?
I am.
Could you use me as the 13-year-old? You're going to play yourself in the picture?
Yes, I am.
Well, no one ever plays himself in a Hollywood movie. I should think the part would call for a real brawny type like Clifton Webb. Freddie Bartholomew. What happens when the picture's over? What are you going to do?
After the picture, I go into the United States Marine Corps for 2 years.
Oh. Well, in that case, my congratulations to the Marine Corps, huh? They're certainly getting a one-man army. Well, I've certainly enjoyed meeting you two. It'd be nice if all the American couples looked like you two. Beautiful girl and a handsome athlete.
Thank you very much.
Here I am. Well, let's see how much money you can win. You're going to play You Bet Your Life. We'd start you off with a bankroll of $100. You're both college students, so you ought to be pretty smart. Every time you miss a question, you lose half of whatever your bankroll amounts to at the time. You're entitled to 4 questions, but you can quit any time you feel you've won more than the other couples. Clear?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
You select a general information quiz. And remember, the more the question is worth, the harder it is.
70.
Is that all right with you?
That's fine.
What was the name of the celebrated French line of fortifications along the German frontier?
Maginot? Is that the Maginot Line?
Maginot Line.
Maginot
well,
Line.
Enough, yes.
You're on your way. Your bankroll is now $170.
Now, what do you want to try?
60?
We'll try 60.
60. What do the following have in common? Kohinoor, Great Mogul, and Hope. Kohinoor, Great Mogul, and Hope. They're all the same. They have different names. You don't know? Guess.
Comedians.
Well, there is a Hope comedian. I don't know any Kohinoor, though, or Great Mogul. Well, they're all famous diamonds.
Well, you lost half your bankroll, so you still have $85.
All right. Now, what do you want to try?
80.
$80.
What do you associate with words cumulus, stratus, and cirrus? I believe that's how you pronounce it.
Clouds.
Clouds is good enough. Don't go any further.
The bankroll is now $165.
Now, what do you want to try? Here's your last chance to beat the other couples.
$90.
$90. This is the last hurdle. Whose picture is on the regular issue of the 3-cent stamp? You don't know, guess.
Washington or Jefferson? Which one?
Jefferson.
That's right, Jefferson. You gave me a heart rate. Thanks and good luck from Soda Plymouth Deal.
And you wind up with a total of $255.
This year DeSoto is automatic with power flight drive that's the best.
Just the turn of a key and you're ready to breathe. No clutch and no shifting, just drive as you please.
DeSoto has beauty that's clean and modern.
Both inside and out, it's a dream.
For the finest car yet, you should drive, you should get the DeSoto Automatic.
Yes, drive a new DeSoto Automatic, equipped with Power Flight, America's finest fully automatic transmission. You'll find driving is easier and far less tiring because DeSoto's fully automatic Power Flight transmission was designed to carry out your sudden orders quickly, smoothly, quietly. So for a new driving thrill, drive a new DeSoto Automatic with Power Flight. And if it's power you're looking for, get behind the wheel of a DeSoto Fire Dome. The mighty Fire Dome 170 horsepower V8 engine gives you all the power you can possibly use at the touch of a toe. Ready to perform the instant you call them. Visit your DeSoto Plymouth dealer tomorrow and treat yourself to the beauty and luxury of a new DeSoto Automatic. Available in 2 great series, the mighty 170 horsepower Fire Dome 8 and the superb Power Master 6. Remember, DeSoto puts you ahead automatically.
right, George, who's next?
We invited some business women to the show tonight, Groucho, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Mrs. Lindy Jamel to be your guest. Her partner is a businessman, Mr. C.W. Wiggle. So, folks, would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, folks, to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Mrs. Lindy Gannell. Let's start with you. Where is your home, Lindy?
Well, I came from Sigourney, Iowa.
Sigourney Island?
Sigourney, Iowa. That's an Indian chieftain's name.
What sort of work do you do, Mrs. Gemmell?
Well, I have a foster freeze.
I didn't ask you where you were frozen, Mrs. Gemmell. I just was interested to know what sort of work you do.
Oh, you mean what foster freeze is? Well, we're a small independent business, and we have 200 stores in the state of California.
A small independent business?
Small independent business.
Stores?
200 stores in the state of California.
What do you consider a large business?
Well, larger than the little store I operate.
Treasury Department? Well, what is the stuff good for? Do you rub it on your chest when you have a cold?
Oh, no, it's food. It's the most delicious and healthy food there is. We have chocolate, strawberry, chocolate riffle.
And who are you again?
I am C.W. Wiggle.
That's an odd name. Certainly a new twirl. It sounds like an English name, is it?
No, it is not, Groucho. It's Swiss origin.
Swiss?
That's right.
Can you yodel?
No, I cannot.
I ask all Swiss people if they can yodel because it's commonly accepted that they can all yodel. Huh? What is your full name, Mr. Wiggle?
C. Wilbert Wiggle.
I'd rather see Marilyn Wiggle if I hadn't. However, go ahead. I'd be glad to see Wiggle, Wilbert Wiggle. Wilbert, is it?
That's right.
I'm sure you must get kidded about your name, eh?
Yes, I do, Groucho.
You must hear many wisecracks. What are some of those you hear?
Why, when I was a kid in school, the teacher in school called me Wiggle by name and Wiggle by nature, and then as I grew up and put on this weight, why, everybody called me Wee Willie Wiggle.
What sort of job do you do, Wiggle, or have?
I am district manager for the National Federation of Independent Business. Now, that's an organization of...
Do you ever drop in on Linda here?
I haven't as yet, but probably I will after the show. What we do is call on these businessmen...
Are you married? You're married?
Oh, yes, I'm married.
Would you take your wife with you when you went to visit?
My wife is always with me. She's right up in the audience right now.
Would she go with you to the Foster Freeze place?
Oh, certainly, at all times.
Apparently she's onto you, huh? Well, but I'm all in favor of the small businessman. I think they're a very necessary and essential part of our economy. And after the show, we'll all have a Foster Freeze, shall we? Eh?
That's right.
Followed by a chaser of antifreeze. All right, now let's play You Bet Your Life. We'll start you off with a bankroll of $100. You try to build it up by answering 4 questions. Every time you miss one, you lose half your bankroll.
In the race for the $1,500, the first couple won $255, and the secret word is smile.
You selected food quiz, and remember, the more the question is worth, the harder it is. Now, which question do you want to start with?
Better make it a cheap one.
Okay, we'll make it 40.
40. Okay, if the meat from a sheep is called mutton, what do you call meat from a calf?
Veal.
That is right.
You now have $140.
Now, what do you want to try?
The 51 or the 31?
50.
All right, we'll try the 50, Groucho.
50? What kind of a fruit is a royal lamb?
That's a cherry.
That is right. That's right. Yes, it's right.
Your bankroll is now $190.
Let's try a 30 this time.
Okay.
Let's try a 30 this time.
A 30?
Yes.
Okay. What do you call the heart, liver, and gizzard of poultry? Talk it over.
Entrails? What do you say? I don't know.
Well, it's giblets. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples.
Well, you've lost half your bankroll, so you have $95.
You have $95. Now, you can quit or go ahead.
No, we'll go on.
Okay. What do you want?
This one.
$100 one, 10,
60.
anything.
Yeah, let's take the easy one.
20? 20 or 60? 60.
60. A popular Japanese alcoholic beverage is made from rice. What is it called?
Sake?
That is right. Sake is right. Thanks and good luck, Minnesota Plymouth Deal.
And you wind up with $155.
George, who's next?
Well, Groucho, we invited some dog show judges to our program tonight. And before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Donya Klein to be on the show. And her partner is a visitor from the Middle West, Mr. Louis Menke. So, folks, would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word. Something you always have with you. I've been saying this for 7 years, and I still can't say it. Mrs. Donya Klein and Mr. Louis Menke, huh? Mrs. Klein, you're a dog show judge?
Yes.
Well, don't be nervous. I won't bite. Louis Menke, huh? Menke.
Yes, sir, that's me.
You're a dog judge?
No, I'm just a farmer.
Oh, farmer. Pig judge, huh?
Well, I'm a pretty good judge of pigs, yes.
Oh. Well, don't look at me, huh?
But I still have a good dog, though.
You have?
Oh, yeah. We keep one good dog. I'll tell you, Mr. Marx, I say a good dog is worth $1,000 on a farm. I'll tell you why. If I'd have a dog down in my cellar and my house would go fire, he'd bark and scratch on the door. He might save my whole family's life.
Well, if he didn't come out, he'd be a hot dog.
He would be a hot dog. He's still going to come out if he's able to.
Yes, you're
a dog is your best friend. He'll never go back on you. You can spank him a dozen times, and when you say, "Come on, puppy," he'll always. He's got more sense than lots of people have.
You can say that again.
Absolutely.
You can say that again. I hope you don't. Are you married?
No, sir. I'm never married.
You're not married?
I'm not married. But I'm the happiest.
Why not?
I'm the happiest old bachelor in the state of Iowa.
Do you enjoy being a bachelor?
Do I ever enjoy? If I wasn't an old bachelor, I couldn't be in California tonight. I'd have to be down in Iowa taking maybe dictation from my wife. But I have no wife.
What do? Take dictation from the dog?
No, sir. He don't dictate to me either.
Well, do you have a lot of fun as a bachelor?
I have more fun than any man in the United States. I do for a fact.
Well, how is that? Do you take all your corn and distill it?
I don't even drink, Mr. Marx. But I'll tell you what I do.
You don't drink?
I don't drink, cuss, swear, or even run women. But my pleasure...
What do you mean, run women? You don't run women, you run cattle and sheep.
That's a fellow chasing. That's a fellow chase women, but I don't do that.
You don't chase women? Don't they have no attraction for you at all?
I would say just no attraction, but I never hooked up with one. I love them all, but I never hooked up with one. In fact, I never want to be under a woman's thumb. I want to be my own boss. And I'm going to keep it that way. I've done it for 54 years, and I believe I can try a little longer. But listen, if I ever do get married, I'm going to stick with her for life. I ain't going to do like some of these folks. The first thing you know, when you get married to a half a dozen women, it'll be your kids and my kids is fighting our kids.
If you don't get married soon, you won't have any kids.
They always say there's one and only Groucho Marx. You're a very good sport. I'm the only one and only Louis Menke in the state of Iowa.
I admire you, Louis.
We'll keep it that way, Groucho.
You've got an answer for everything, eh? Doesn't always add up, but it's an answer. Tony, you're a dog show judge. That's right? Well,
yes.
I may have a question to ask you later about a certain gay dog that I know. What kind of dogs do you judge? 4-legged or 2-legged?
Well, I judge the 4-legged kind. I judge all of the hounds in the
4-legged or 2-legged?
4-legged ones. Afghans, beagles, bloodhounds, borzois, whippets, and those that are in the hounds mostly.
Well, pretend we're at a dog show, Donya, and you're about to judge a bloodhound. What is the first thing you do? You see if he's anemic?
No. After the dogs come in and parade around the ring and stand for your judgment, I look at the teeth, and then I look at the wrinkles in the dog's head and see if it has a dip behind its withers so that its back doesn't roll.
What was that? Did you see if it has a dip behind its withers? Do you understand this, Louis?
Oh, it's all Latin to me. I don't know much about dogs, no. We have one dog, but he's just a mutt. He's just a dog.
But does he have a dip behind his withers?
I wouldn't know anything about the dip, no.
Mrs. Klein, I happened to read a piece in a recent issue of Coronet magazine called Dogs Are Dumb. Did you read that?
Yes, I certainly did.
And do you agree with that?
No, I don't agree with it because the man asked the dogs to drop little round balls and square holes and do a lot of kindergarten stuff that dogs are not inclined for. And if the man who wrote this article knew anything about dogs, he wouldn't say that they're dumb, because I'd like to send the man down into a badger hole and see what he could do with a badger. That's what our dachshunds do. And I'd like to see what he could do about retrieving a duck or pointing birds out in the field and a few of the things that dogs really can do. Perhaps the most wonderful example of intelligence with dogs are the dogs which are trained for seeing eye. Yeah. And if anyone can say that dogs are dumb and watch one of those seeing eye dogs work, and, well, I just can't agree with him at all.
In other words, you see it all witness.
Well, Louie, tell us about your farm in Iowa. What kind of a farm is it?
Well, it's a stock farm. It's mostly cattle and hogs is the main goal. We raise corn and beans and oats and a little wheat for the chickens and alfalfa. And
Is there money in farming?
Well, if there wasn't, I wouldn't be here today.
Where would you be?
Well, I'd probably be out working every day.
You don't regard that as work on a
farm? Well, sure it's work, but I'll tell you why a farmer has over most city people. I'll tell you why. If I want to work 24 hours, I can work 24 hours. If you want to punch a clock for 8 hours and you miss an hour or so in the morning, you're out. But if I oversleep, I can work an hour over in the evening, I can make it up. If I have a rainy day, I can go to town all day. When it gets good, I can work 2 days in one. I got it over you. I can put you in the factory, Mr. Marks, and you run a machine.
Not so loud. My sponsor's liable.
I don't care for your sponsors. I got the floor now.
Well, I do. Well, how about a bride, Louie?
A bride?
Do you have any ideas on what you'd like if
I'll
you get married?
Yes, sir. I like a little beauty, but beauty's only skin deep, and the other fellow said, for Lord's sake, skin her. But we'll not do that tonight. Some people try to live on love. They try that for about 6 months. They find out that doesn't work. But we have a sign in our little restaurant down home. It says, if your wife can't cook, don't divorce her. Keep her for a pet and eat here. But who wants to keep her for a pet?
Louie, you're sort of a crack-a-barrel philosopher, aren't you?
More truth and poetry. Last week, there was a couple had a bunch of kids going to school, and one little kid said, I don't like your daddy. He says, why? He said, because he drinks. He said, how do you know? He said, we had him last year.
And who knows who'll get him next year?
Your guess is as good as mine.
It's been a delightful experience talking to you two. Now it's time to play You Bet Your Life. We start you off with a bankroll of $100, and you try to increase it.
In the race for the $1,500, Mr. and Mrs. Bob Mathias are still leading with $255.
Let's see how much money you can make. You selected the animal kingdom, and remember, the more the question is worth, the harder it is. Are you ready? You can start off with anything you want.
Well, you were worried about starting too high, so we'll start at about $60.
About $60.
$60. What kind of an animal is a Clydesdale?
That's a horse.
That's a horse is correct, huh?
Real Willie Peach.
Well, your bankroll is now $160.
Now, what do you want to try?
You want to go up or down?
Well, it's up to you.
Well, I thought you didn't want any women to rule your life.
Age before beauty. Age before beauty.
Take the $50.
All right, we'll say $50.
$50. What is the name of the huge vulture of the South American Andes? It is one of the largest birds that flies.
Oh, the vulture.
Talk it over. It's part of the vulture family.
Pelican?
No, that's not a vulture.
No, it's a condor. C-O-N-D-O-R.
Well, you lost half your bankroll. You now have $80.
All right, now what do you want to try?
You better take 70 or 80.
Yeah,
what do you want
let's
to
take
do?
70.
All right.
All right, what is the science of ornithology? Talk it over.
Oh, science of birds.
Study of birds is right.
You now have $150.
And here's your last chance to beat the other couples. You can quit or you can proceed.
Let's take $90.
All right.
$90. What kind of animals live in warrens?
In where?
Warrens. W-A-R-R-E-N-S.
Those aren't there.
Talk it over.
Wrens that live in the warrens.
What animal?
I think
Birds?
Some of the word pattern.
Wrens.
No, you should have known this, Louis. It's rabbits.
and you wind up with one half your bankroll, so you have $75.
Thanks, and good luck with the soda Plymouth deal.
That means, Groucho, that Mr. and Mrs. Bob Mathias, with $255 in just 1 minute, get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $1,500 question. Ladies and gentlemen, this is National Safety Month. Can you see, steer, stop safely? If not, check your car. Check accidents. With a busy driving season here, now is the time to check your car. Be safe by driving a safe car. Last year, over 1 million people were killed and injured in needless automobile accidents. A good percentage of these accidents would have been avoided if the car owners had taken a small amount of time to have their cars checked. And to make sure your car gets a complete safety checkup, there's no better place to take it than to a DeSoto Plymouth dealer. His factory-trained mechanics will go over every part of your car that can affect your safety to make sure they are all in perfect working order. Wheels, brakes, headlights, tires, steering, windshield wipers, glass, horn, muffler, taillights. Everything you need for safe driving. You'll be surprised how little time and money it takes to keep you and your family safe on the highways. Remember, to be a safe driver, you must be able to see, steer, stop safely. Check your car. Check accidents. Stop in where you see the sign of better service, the friendly sign of your DeSoto Plymouth dealer. And here's the winning couple, Groucho. Mr. and Mrs. Bob Mathias, all set for the DeSoto Plymouth $1,500 question.
Here we go for $1,500. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you. Think carefully and please no help in the audience. In the last presidential election, Adlai Stevenson ran on the Democratic ticket. For $1,500, who was his running mate? Talk it over. You got 15 seconds.
Well, I don't know.
What's the answer you two have decided upon?
No, all I know is he's from Alabama, or Southern State, but that's all I
Well,
know.
it's John Sparkman.
Oh.
So that means the big question next week will be worth $2,000. Well, you lost the big money, but how much they win the quiz, George?
$255 in the quiz.
Congratulations, and thanks to both of you and to all of our contestants on the show tonight.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night for the Groucho Marx Show. And don't miss Groucho on television. Also brought to you by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember, just be sure to see the DeSoto Automatic.
DeSoto Plymouth Dealers salute the great state of Michigan during Michigan Week. Vacation in Michigan, the water wonderland, this summer. You Bet Your Life. Transcribed from Hollywood is produced by John Goodell. Directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jack Meakin. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. You Bet Your Life is heard by our armed forces throughout the world.
Well, sir, it's late afternoon as we enter the small house halfway up in the next block now. And here in the kitchen we find Mrs. Victor Gook and young Mr. Rush Gook. Mother and son have only just this moment arrived home, and they're removing their hats and coats. A voice from the living room calls. Listen.
You safe?
Yes.
I'm home.
We know it. All your rubber's on the back porch.
I'm home safe.
All right, that's fine. Take my coat, Willie.
Oh.
Spread it out in the banister in the hallway. It's damp from melted snow, and I don't want it watered.
Okay.
Hope you people don't have plans formulated requiring your presence here in the living room.
Why? You working?
Got a mean, rotten job foisted off on me, and I'll be busy as a horse clear up till supper time.
I'll clear out and leave you alone.
Well, please do. I have to be finished by 5 o'clock.
Telephone's ringing. Telephone's ringing.
Telephone's ringing.
See who it is, will you? Hope it's no half-wit wanting to chew the fat. I can't spare a moment.
Hello? Yes. Yes, I believe he is. Raj.
Right here handy. Who's this, Johnson?
Some kid.
Milton Welsh, no doubt.
Haven't the slightest notion.
Could be Rooster Davis.
We'll cut it short, Andy.
Hello? Yes? Hello there. Willis Roarback, by George.
We'll cut it short.
Where you been since the cat died, Willis? Haven't seen you for a week. Excellent health. Excellent health. Temperature normal, pulse regular, blood pressure steady, and appetite strong. And yourself?
Don't sit there and scowl and work yourself up, Vic. He'll be done in a second, and I'll shoo him out in the kitchen.
A very, very slight headache the day before yesterday, Willis. Mighty sorry to hear it. You're completely recovered now, I trust? Fine. Your brother stubbed his toe? That is bad news. Stubbed his toe, huh? How'd it happen?
Oh, my.
Get through there, son.
Beg pardon?
Get through there. You're holding up your father's work.
I'll tell Willis goodbye right this second if you want me to.
We'll do that.
Of course, he's right in the middle of a story about his brother stubbing his toe.
Bid him farewell, nevertheless.
He's talking in the telephone here to beat the band.
Bid him farewell.
Goodbye, Willis. Kind of an impolite thing to do. Willis' feelings will probably be hurt.
Can this room be cleared now, Sadie?
Sure, we'll leave you be.
Got a perfectly rotten job on my hands here.
Office stuff?
No. Fact of the matter is, Flirch is in town.
Yeah?
Down at the Bright Kentucky Hotel.
You doing some work for him?
A special favor. Day before yesterday, he was voted the best-looking man on the west side of Esther, Nebraska.
Why, Flirch was voted best-looking man?
Best-looking man on the west side of town.
Not this town.
Of course not this town.
Well, don't jump down a person's throat.
Best-looking man on the west side of Esther, Nebraska. The town he lives in.
What's the favor?
I'm supposed to write him a piece about it.
About being elected best-looking man?
Yeah. He's anxious to have an article to submit to the Lodge magazine and several farm journals and other periodicals. I didn't see how I could turn down. We're exalted Big Dippers and all that. But it's a darn mean chore. I'm not used to composing fancy essays for publication.
Did he come to town for the express purpose of having you write an article about what a good-looking man he is?
No, he's on his way to Covington, Kentucky. Train leaves at 5:30. I promised him I'd have something thrown together before then so he could take it with him.
Well, whoever elected him best-looking man...
Telephone's ringing.
Well, answer it. And if it's any of your dimwit sidekicks, give them the bum's rush.
You're asking me to give my friends the cold shoulder?
I'm telling you to.
Hello. Yes. Yes, I believe so. 1 second.
Miss Denbottom?
Forgot.
Oh, thunder. Most likely Charlie Razor's come wanting to chin.
Not Charlie. I know Charlie's voice.
Hello? Yeah? Oh, things fiddle dum clock choke. Cornucopia ad liberis nomenclature slap.
Why, Flirch?
Sure.
Quick joke.
I'll say.
Well, I got a start on it, why. Yeah, truth of the matter is, I'm not used to composing literary articles, and you may be disappointed with... Huh? Well, I'll do my best, sure. I think I'll have something for you before your train goes. Yeah. Okay, why. You bet, why. All right, why. Goodbye, why.
What's his big hurry for the article?
He's on his way to Covington, Kentucky, and like to have it to submit to the Covington, Kentucky newspapers.
He expects Covington, Kentucky people to be interested in pieces about how good-looking he is?
Why, Flirch has friends in Covington, Kentucky by the score.
Well, why don't he write the piece himself?
Well, he's too modest. Guy can't sing his own praises.
What beats me is anybody electing him best-looking man on earth.
Not best-looking man on earth, Sadie.
Best-looking man any place.
Best-looking man on the west side of Lester, Nebraska.
I'd like to have a glimpse of the other men on the west side of Lester, Nebraska one.
I thought the room was to be cleared and I was to be left alone.
Come on, Willie. Let's leave your father by himself so he can write down what a beautiful, beautiful creature YY.
Oh, wait a second. See what you think of the way this sounds. Only got a paragraph or two.
No.
You listening?
Sure.
A thing of beauty is a joy forever, said the famous poet. And this well-known quotation may be applied without reservation to the person of Y.Y. Flirch, celebrated fraternal dignitary. Y.Y. Flirch is a citizen of Lester, Nebraska, where he is an ornament to the community and a powerful figure in the local government. Within the last fortnight... You know how to answer it? Simply lift the pen-shaped object at your ear and you'll hear a voice.
Okay.
How's this sound, Sade?
Fine.
Oh. Yes, just a second.
December?
Forgot. YY Flirch again.
Oh, shucks.
When did he get to town?
2:00 this afternoon. Hello? Yeah. Dim fiddle estam clock choke. Cornucopia ad libris nomenclature splat. Mention your eyes? What about him, YY? Longest lashes on the west side of Lester, Nebraska? Okay. I'll make a note of it. Sure. Okay, YY. You bet. No, I'll have something for you. Okay, YY. Goodbye, YY. What's eating this slob? I can't get anywhere if he interrupts me every 4 seconds.
Does anybody in particular want a piece about how good looking he is?
He wants it.
Anybody else, though?
You people want my opinion. I think
we haven't been very successful about clearing the room, have we, Sadie?
Come on, Rush, let's go. We'll leave your father.
Wait, I want you to hear what you think of this.
YY Flirch is a joy forever.
Will you listen, please?
Go ahead.
A thing of beauty is a joy forever, said the famous poet. And this well-known quotation may be applied without reservation to the person of YY Flirch. I get it.
Probably YY Flirch again.
Yeah.
Listen, if that's Ruthie, don't you dare talk rough and short to her.
No. Sim fiddle estam clock choke. Cornucopia ad libris nomenclature slap. What's the trouble this trip, YY? Well, how close was the election? You won by a single vote, huh? Okay. Listen, YY, I think I got enough material now, so it won't be necessary for you to phone me up anymore. No. I'll be rushed to get something accomplished as it is. Yeah. Okay, YY. Bye-bye, YY. Slob.
Thought he was one of your dearest old chums.
Well, the half-wit don't use his head. Now, listen to this now. Extremely modest and retiring in spite of his forceful personality and vigorous drive, YY Flirch blushed like a girl when he was told the result. He gave credit to clean living and wholesome exercise for his success. Addressing the group of dear friends who clustered about him admiringly, he spoke these simple words. I may be good-looking. I may be wonderful-looking. But whether I'm good-looking or not, my thoughts are directed towards it. I'll handle that.
One side, Mom.
Okay. Yeah. Sim spittle s dumb clock choke. Cornucopia ad libris nomenclature slap. Say, listen, Flirch. I'm not writing any article, Flirch. Well, you can take your good looks and throw them in the creek, Flirch. Goodbye, Flirch. So much for Flirch.
Which concludes another brief interlude at the small house halfway up in the next block.
KERA-FM, Dallas.
To Duffy's Tavern.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern, where your late mate eat. Archie the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. The crowd, a lot of servicemen tonight. Yeah, the place is a regular separation center. Already I've had to separate 3 guys. By the way, you know who came in tonight? Lefty O'Rourke. Yeah, he's out of uniform now. No, Duffy, not on points, on parole. Yeah, Lefty says he just couldn't get along with the warden, you know, and one of them had to go. Well, you know, the warden's been pretty solid. Well, I don't know. O'Rourke was very popular up there, Duffy. In fact, he claims they voted him the man most likely to return. Say, by the way, speaking of getting out of jail, Eddie, the waiter, is thinking of leaving us. What do you mean, so what? Eddie's a very valuable man. Huh? Well, I admit he ain't very fast on his feet, but he's got a great knack for serving hash without that guilty expression on his face. Yeah. Well, I think he got an offer from Grogan's Grill. Well, don't worry. I'll talk him out of it, Duffy. You know the old line. Gratitude, chance for advancement. All we've done for him. Money ain't everything. Yeah, the old sucker pitch. Well, certainly he'll bite. Don't I fall for it every time I ask for a raise? Well, just leave it to me, Duffy. I'll call you back. So long. Eddie, there's a rumor around that you have had an offer from Grogan's Grill.
Uh-huh.
And the rumor also says that you're thinking of taking it.
And keep your eye on that rumor. It's got a future.
Well, Eddie, you're not serious. Where did you get this idea about leaving?
Just looked into my wallet and there it was.
Again, this is madness. You can't leave here. Why, you're a part of Duffy's Tavern.
Yeah, the part that goes over the cash register last.
Just a second now, Eddie. Is it that you feel that Duffy ain't done right by you?
Well, now you know yourself that when it comes to blowing that horn of plenty, he ain't no Harry James.
Eddie, leave us discuss this. I think if you're fair-minded, I can show you that you're making a mistake. Now answer me. Do you object to working 7 days a week?
Definitely.
And I suppose you object to putting in 15 hours a day.
Very definitely.
I suppose you also object to not being paid no salary.
Extremely definitely.
Eddie, I'm afraid you didn't enter this discussion with an open mind. Don't you realize there's more important things than money?
Yeah, but they all cost money. Look, Mr. Archie, now, I'd like to have a salary. I just can't get along on the tips I collect.
Now, don't hear me that, Eddie. I've seen nights when you walked out of here with enough quarters to choke a horse.
Or kill him with lead poisoning. Mr. Archie, I just can't do it. In addition to the tips, I think I ought to have $1 a week salary.
How does 35 cents hit you?
It don't even muss my hair.
All right, then go ahead and quit. It's hard to think that you take this attitude toward a man who's been your friend. Almost your brother. Through thick and thin. Laughter and tears.
Be sure to listen to Stella Dallas at the same time.
Okay, go ahead. Stop that friendship.
What?
Hello, Eddie.
Finnegan, what is your opinion of a man that bites the hand that feeds him?
Well, some people will eat anything. Why, what's your trouble?
It's Eddie here. He wants to get paid more money.
Money? Eddie, my boy, money is nothing. You know what I always say?
What?
Be it ever so humble, there's no place like home.
What's that got to do with money?
Well, we owe 6 months' rent.
Thanks, Finnegan. You're a big help. Now, look, Eddie. I think you're confused about this whole thing. What you need is a real nice vacation. Tell you what to do.
What?
Take the rest of the day off.
That would only add to the confusion. I wouldn't know what to do with a day off.
Well, what did you do on your last day off?
Went up to Boston. They were having a tea party.
I can see you're in the wrong mood. Why don't you go out and breathe some nice, clean air, and maybe you'll change your mind, huh?
That might help. Okay, see you later. Look, Archie, I don't like to seem a ghoul, but have you got any ideas where I could get a job?
A job for you? I don't know. Have you tried Ripley? What do you want with a job?
Oh, I gotta get away from home, Arch. I just can't stand that fighting.
Your mother and father again, huh?
Yeah.
What do they fight about?
Oh, the simplest things. Take this morning. It all started about the new silver coffee pot.
Coffee pot?
Yeah, my mother hit me father over the head with it.
Well, why did she have to use the silver coffee pot?
Because it was your 50th wedding anniversary.
Oh. Do they fight all the time like that?
Oh, yeah. Fight. Except once every week they quit for half an hour.
How's that?
They stopped to listen to Mr. Anthony.
Well, ain't there nothing you can do to stop them?
So I tried to. This morning I said, Mom and Papa, why do you fight like this? Why, when you have so much to be thankful for?
Then?
They took a look at me and started swinging again.
Well, must be kind of tough at that, Finnegan, having to watch your mother hit your father with a coffee pot every morning.
Well, it don't bother me too much. You see, I'm a tea drinker myself. But that's why I'd like to get a job, Bart, to get away from it all.
Well, I'll tell you how you can pick up a fast nickel, Finnegan.
A nickel? How?
Well, I want you to go over to Grogan's across the street.
Yeah?
Make sure they don't notice.
Yeah,
And if you see Eddie the waiter talking to Grogan, come right back and let me know.
Oh, boy. I'll be like a G-man.
Yeah, goon. Okay. Now hurry back.
Oh, well, hello, Archie.
Hello, Miss Duffy.
Archie, how do you like my new hat?
Oh, lovely. How often do you have to order it?
Don't be silly. These flowers are artificial.
Oh, I see.
Only the fruit is real.
Look, why do dames' hats have to have everything on them, including the kitchen stove?
Because they serve a very important function. When you pass a woman on the street, what's the first thing you look at?
Miss Duffy. Believe I stick to hats.
Anyway, you should be talking about clothes, the way you dress.
What's wrong with the way I dress? My clothes fit perfectly.
Yeah, but who?
Look, I got no time to be standing here brandying insults. I got enough to worry about.
What have you got to worry about?
Eddie, the waiter, he's thinking about quitting. And because he can't pry a measly $1 a week salary out of that nickel-nursing old man of yours.
Huh. A fine way to talk about Papa after all he's done for you.
What's he done?
He got you started, gave you responsibility, took you into his confidence, taught you the inside workings of the business.
Miss Duffy, I do not consider helping your father polish up pennies to be passed off as dimes a junior partnership. Believe me, I owe that guy nothing. When I think of what I could have been if I hadn't come to work here 5 years ago.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah. It happens that the very morning of the day that he hired me, I turned down a splendid opportunity to go on release. And from there on, who knows?
Hi, come here.
Oh, excuse me, Miss Duffy. What is it, Finnegan?
G-Man reporting.
Oh, yes, G. Now, what's the dope? I mean, outside of you.
Just a second. Are we alone?
Yeah.
Well, who's that standing beside you?
That's you.
Can I be trusted?
We'll have to take a chance. Whatever happened over at Grogan?
You was right, Art. He was working over there.
Are you sure?
Yep.
What was he doing?
He was in the kitchen cutting down the paper plates to make the meals look bigger.
Dirty rat. Not only does he leave us, but he gives away our trade secrets. Dirty traitor. That's Benedictine. Anyway, guess I just better call up the employment agency and hire a new waiter. Hello? Bowery Bum Personnel Service? This is Duffy's Tavern. What have you got in a waiter? Well, I'd like to get a man who can handle both a la carte and cuisine. Huh? The hours from 7 to 3. That's 7 a.m., of course. Huh? No, the 3 is a.m., too. Dinner jacket? Well, yes, and it would be a good idea if he wore one for breakfast and supper, too. The salary, $35 a week in tips. Okay, send him right down. Mr. Grogan, this is to inform you that you are a low rodent-type rat, for stealing Eddie the waiter. It is such people as you that cause ill feeling between labor and management by offering a living wage. In closing, you are nothing but a crook, a swindler, and an all-around crumb. I remain the same. Signed, Archie. P.S.
Say, Art.
Oh, what is it, Finnegan?
I told you I was looking for a job, and you go out and hire a strange waiter. What's wrong with me?
What's wrong with you? Finnegan, pull up a chair. It's going to take a little time. In the first place, you don't know how to write. How could you write down the people's orders?
So, I can make X's. 1 X for salad, 2 X's for soup, 3 X's for meat and coffee.
3 X's for both meat and coffee. How would you know which was which?
Simple. If you have to cut it with a knife, it's meat. Look, why don't you at least try me out?
All right, I'll try you out. Now, I'm a customer sitting down here at a table. What do you do first?
I tuck the napkin under your chin.
Well, yes, that's correct as far as it goes. But what do you do if I ain't wearing a collar?
Well, if you ain't wearing a collar, what do you need a napkin for?
Then again, one uses a napkin irregardless of whether he is attired in a collar or not. That's considered good form. As a waiter, you must not forget Emily Pope.
Well, you didn't tell me you came in with a dame.
Finnegan, I would suggest that you try Ripley again, or with your hat off this time. Now, I gotta go finish this letter to Grogan. P.S. In addition to the above, Grogan, you are the gruesomest man I have ever seen.
Hiya, Bud.
Grogan, You are one of the cruisers. Now, what can I do for you, Dimple?
I was sent here by the employment agency.
Well, if you'll pardon me, you don't look much like a waiter.
Too pretty, huh? Well, when do I start to work?
Well, just a second. I got to interview you. I got to fill out this form. Now, name?
Rosenblum.
Born?
Yep.
I've heard that one 1,000,000 times, and this is the first time I ever doubted it. Now, what education did you have? Did you go to high school?
Does that come before or after college?
Let's skip it.
I think I did. Well, any other questions?
Yeah. How long have you been a waiter?
How long? Well, what time did you call the agency?
Now, wait a minute. Where did you ever work?
Oh, Madison Square Garden, the Legion Stadium, the St. Nicholas Arena.
Hey, just a second. Rosenblum. You ain't Maxie Rosenblum, the fighter.
Yeah.
Holy cat, I didn't recognize you standing up. I've seen you fight a dozen times. I remember the night you fought King Levinsky. He really knocked your brains out that night, didn't he?
That's a great fight.
Yeah. And I was there the night that Mickey Walker flattened you with that right hook in the first round.
I was hot that night.
You never did fight Joe Louis, did you?
Nah, he was too cowardly.
Joe Louis cowardly?
Yeah, he was scared he'd kill me.
Look, Maxie, how come you gave up fighting?
Well, I had trouble with my eyes.
Oh, trouble with your eyes, huh?
Yeah, after the second round, I always seemed to be looking up at me opponent.
That's your opponent. Well, maybe you're just as well off. You know, it's a pretty tough game, that fight game. I used to be in it myself, you know.
You a pugilist?
Oh, certainly. I've pugiled around quite a bit. Look at that wrist. Feel that bicuspid. No, that ain't chopped liver.
It ain't muscles.
Well, muscles ain't everything. You see, I was very clever, very scientific. I used to slither around that ring like an eel. In fact, they used to call me the ringworm.
That I believe.
Thanks. Oh, sure. I used to have this terrific corkscrew punch that I invented. You know, I'd start it right above me right knee. Then I'd twist my wrist and turn my body at the same time, you know, putting plenty of shoulder into it.
Sounds great.
Yeah, but, you know, like every great punch, it had a flaw. The recoil used to knock me flat on the head.
Yeah, I wonder if I had a corkscrew punch and didn't know it.
Probably. But, Maxie, what's this about you working here as a waiter? Don't it feel strange to you after being in the ring so long to be walking around serving drinks?
Nah, I feel right at home. Between rounds, I go to a neutral corner. Oh, by the way, Archie, who's the bimbo over there?
Oh, I'll introduce you. Miss Duffy, this is Maxie Rosenblum, the fighter.
Oh, really? You know, Mr. Rosenblum, if it wasn't for that broken nose and those cauliflower ears, I'd never know you were a fighter.
Hey, this dame is crazy about me. Look, sister, why don't you stick around and help me lux out a few ball rags, huh?
I see what you mean about the eye trouble, Maxie. Okay, you're hired.
Well, what's the salary?
$35 a week in tips, plus 50 cents a round for ejaculating drunks.
$35 a week? Okay, I'll take it. Now, look, before I start, there's one thing I want misunderstood. Anybody says anything I don't like around here gets a punch in the nose. You understand that?
Well, naturally.
And that includes you, ringworm. Well, I'll see you later.
Hello, Duffy. Huh? Yeah, the new waiter's here. Well, at the moment, he's sitting around with the customers. Now, don't fly into a transom, Duffy. You've got to get acquainted with the customers. Well, when closing time comes, you don't want them to be carrying out perfect strangers, do you? Okay.
Oh, Archie, I'm afraid we'll have to get rid of that Flapsy Maxie.
What's the matter?
A customer just spilled some soup, and Mr. Rosenblum is mopping it up.
Well, what's wrong with that?
He's using the customer for a mop.
Hey, Arch, what's with that new waiter?
What's the matter?
I just asked him a simple question, and he punched me right in the nose.
What was the question?
I just asked him, how's the cauliflower?
Well, I can see I'll have to take care of this guy. Hey, Maxie.
What do you want now?
Look, didn't them 5 guys you just served 5 beers to just leave?
Yeah, they left. Well, what about it?
Where is the 2 bits for the 5 beers?
They didn't pay me for them. They just left my tip.
How much was the tip?
The tip's 2 bits. You want to make something about it?
Well, no. I was just thinking what generous guys they were.
Okay, now, look. I'm in the middle of eating. Don't bother me again.
I'm afraid I have hired a playboy.
Hi, Miss Archie.
Oh, Eddie. So the Portugal son has returned. I should think you'd be ashamed to walk into this place.
Well, a fella can get used to anything in 5 years.
So you turned turncoat on us and went over to work for Grogan, huh?
I ain't working for Grogan.
Eddie, don't add perjury to injury.
I'm telling the truth. You see, you gave me the day off, so I just worked over there for a couple of hours, that's all.
You mean you're still working for us?
Yeah, Miss Archie, I guess I still got a soft spot in my head for the old place.
Well, I appreciate it, Eddie. And you know what I'm going to do for you? I'm going to give you that $1 a week, even if I have to take it out of my own salary. And if I know Duffy, I probably will.
No, well, Mr. Archie, see, I don't like to...
Oh, don't worry about it. It just means it puts me in a lower income tax bracket. Besides, I do something for you, Eddie. Maybe you'll do something for me.
What?
Well, you see, we hired a new waiter while you was gone. That big guy over there with the cauliflower ears. So as I say, I do something for you, you do something for me. I want you to go over there and fire that guy.
Mr. Archie, I appreciate that $1 a week, but I'd rather not have it paid to my estate.
Wait a minute. You mean you're afraid of him?
Me? Well, no, it's just that you hired him, and I think you're the logical man to fire him.
Eddie, don't you want to get no executive experience?
Yeah, but I'd rather climb the hard way, you know, live and learn.
Okay, then, I'll do it myself. Hey, Maxie.
What is it now?
Maxie, I'm sorry to say that a situation has arose. Eddie, who works here first, is back with us, which naturally leaves you with very little seniority to fall back on.
Hey, wait a minute. Are you trying to tell me I'm fired?
Well, frankly,
You know what happened to the last guy that fired me?
No.
Neither does he.
Now, look, Maxie, leave us not make a scene. You know what I'm driving at. Why don't you just turn in your bar rag and leave quietly?
Well, what about the week's salary?
Well, you only been here 20 minutes.
What?
Okay, we'll pay you full week's salary. Let's see. Here, 20, 25, 30, 35. Hey, Max, 35 cents.
35 what?
35 cents. What did you expect, the blooms? And if you don't mind, I'd like a receipt.
Oh, you'd like a receipt, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, here. I'll give you one.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern, headed to acting manager ticket. Miss Arthur? He just went out. Yeah, for about 10 moments.
Radio Service.
KERA-FM, Dallas.
Mr. District Attorney, starring David Bryan. Mr. District Attorney.
Feel for a beautiful smile, the life of Riley for laughs. Peel, T-E-E-L, Peel, the amazing liquid dentifrice. That's it, P-E-E-L. Peel, the amazing liquid dentifrice brings you the life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. Remember, friends, for beautiful smiles, it's P-E-E-L, Peel, and just for laughs, it's R-I-L-E-Y, Riley, in the life of Riley. Well, it seems that Chester A. Riley is a candidate for the presidency of his lodge, and the voting is soon to begin. But Riley is so confident of victory that instead of campaigning for votes, we find him in his easy chair reading Charles Dickens' thrilling novel of the French Revolution, A Tale of Two Cities.
Instantly, Madame Defarge's knife was in her girdle. The drum was beaten in the streets as if it and a drummer had sewn together by magic. Junior, will you please stop that noise?
What's the matter, Pop? Does my hammering bother you?
Yes. I like to read out loud, but I can't hear myself. First book I open in years, you got to start hammering. Let's see, where was that? Oh. Give us the blood of Foulon, they scream. Give us the head of Foulon. Give us the body and soul of Foulon. Tear Foulon to pieces and dig him into the ground. Boy, this guy Foulon must have been an umpire. The tumbrils begin to discharge their loads. The knife is ready. Crash! A head is held up.
Hi, lady. Are you still reading that book?
Yes, Uncle. What a book. A Tale of Two Cities. The hero is an Englishman by the name of Sidney Cartoon.
Carton, dear.
Yeah. You see, this guy Sidney is crazy about a dame, Lucy Manette. So she's married to a French viscount. And when the mob wants to chop his head off, Sidney takes the rap for the French guy to make Lucy happy.
Well, not everybody do that for a friend.
No. And when they chop Sidney's head off, he says, it is a far, far better thing I do than I have ever done. Of course, he says that before they chop his head off.
Yes, it's easier that way.
Gee, what a guy. I wish I had a character like Sidney had.
Now, listen, don't you go losing your head. You just bought a new hat last week.
Okay, Duffy, and I'll keep away from that Lucy Manette. Now, let's see, where was I? All right. Again, the heavy blade of the guillotine dropped. Junior, I thought I told you to stop fooling with that junk.
Hey, junk, Pop, it's a recording outfit. I picked it up second-hand, and I'm going to make it work. Oh, what's it for, dear? Oh, you just attach it to our phonograph, talk into this microphone here, and your voice is recorded on this record.
Oh, forget it, Junior. You'll never get that thing to work.
Oh, sure I will, Pop. I'm all ready to test it now.
Not till I finish this book. I only got 4 more pages to go, so come back in 2 hours.
Okay, Pop. I'll go down the corner for a while.
All right.
Riley, I thought you'd be out of the house, too, by now. Isn't your lodge election being held today?
Yeah, we vote tonight down at the lodge room.
Well, you don't seem very worried.
Me? Worried? Why, the boys in the BPLA are assisted to elect me. Yes, sir, you are looking at the next president of the Brooklyn Patriots of Los Angeles. I'll beat that guy, Pointy Kinsella, easy.
Well, I hope you do. He's such an unpleasant man.
He's a weasel, too. You remember when Pointy accused me of stealing money from the lodge when I was treasurer? Boy, was I in a spot.
Yeah. You knew you didn't take the money.
Yeah, but I never kept any books. I kept the figures in my mind. Just that month, I happened to be mentally unbalanced. Yes, sir. That Pointy Kinsella's full of sneaky tricks. A guy like that don't deserve to be born in Brooklyn.
I don't get it, Pointy. Why are you going in to talk to Riley? You know he don't like you.
Listen, Felix. Riley looks like a sure thing to beat me for president, don't he?
He's a lead-pipe fish. You ain't got a chance, Pointy.
I got one chance. Riley might be popular, but you got to admit he's a lame brain.
And that's giving him the benefit of the doubt.
Okay. So I got a little plan. I'm going to play on the big baboon sympathy, see? I'm going to tell Riley a cock and bull story. And if he falls for it, I'm going to be the next president of the BPLA. Winter green for president. Winter green for president. Oh, that Junior and his recording machine almost broke my neck on this wire. Good morning, Riley. Pointy Kinsella. What brings you here? Ain't it a little too early for congratulations? Well, I guess I might as well congratulate you now as later. Oh, yes? Is this another one of your political tricks, Pointy? Riley, I ain't here as a politician. I'm here as a human being. Well, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. Riley, I'm in trouble. I need a lawyer. A lawyer? What for? Well, me and the missus, well, we're breaking up. Separated. Separated? No, you're kidding. You can't do it. What'll happen to your 3 little kids? Me and the missus will split them up between us. Don't be a dope. You can't split up 3 kids equally. Listen, you can't break up until you get a 4th kid. Oh, my wife's made her mind up. You see, Bess is an ambitious type girl. She wants a husband she can be proud of. That cuts no ice, not according to the marriage vows. When she married you, she got stuck. That's her hard work. Thanks for the kind words, chum. But like my wife says, what did I ever accomplish? In my younger days, I tried to get a job with a professional football team. They already got a water boy. 4 years ago, I tried to get a job as a bouncer in a bingo parlor. A 70-year-old lady beats me to it. Last month, the boss where I work kicks the bucket. All my co-workers, they make honorary pallbearers. Me, I'm only an alternate. Everything I try, I flop. And tonight, I'm going to lose the election to you. Well, you can't tell, Pointy. You may win. Oh, don't kid me, pal. After all, you're the better man. Pop, I wouldn't say that. It's true that I got more brains.
I got more culture and I'm better looking. But there are other things. Yeah, and I'm afraid I got them. It's no use, Riley. When I left home just now, my wife and my mother-in-law was already packing. Oh, gee, that's awful, Pointy. I guess if you won the election, your wife would feel different, huh? Oh, sure. It'd keep my home together. Gee, when I think of my poor little kids. Oh, yeah, it's going to be tough on those kids going through life with a mother-in-law for a father. Stop trying, Pointy. Maybe you'll be surprised tonight. No, pal. Not even a sweet guy like you can make me win. Not when you're running yourself. Well, so long, Riley. Oh, you won't say nothing to anybody about it? Oh, no, I won't. No, mumps is the word. Thanks, friend. And before I go, I just want to say the best of luck to you, Mr. President.
Honey, who just went out?
Oh, nobody, Duffy. I gotta go down to the lodge. I got some important campaigning to do.
Oh, so you changed your mind. A minute ago you were sure of winning.
Yeah, I know, but this time I'm campaigning to lose.
You are what?
Oh, I can't talk about it, Peg. But just remember, whatever happens, Sidney Cartoon wasn't the only character with a character. It is a far, far better thing I do than I ever done.
Hey, Brother Lodge Brothers, look who's coming.
Oh, yeah, it's Riley.
Oh, hello, Riley. How's our next president to be?
Yeah. Hi, Riley, pal. What's the good word?
Shut up, you dope.
You see, fellas, what kind of an honest guy Riley is? He don't wait till after he's elected to call us by our true names.
Yeah. What do you say, Riley? How's about a game of checkers?
No, thanks. I don't play with a guy who cheats.
Who cheats?
You do.
Can you beat that? He's got an eye like an eagle. Okay, here's the dime I win from you last night.
Oh, I suppose now you ain't going to vote for me because I called you a cheater, huh?
Sure I'm going to vote for you. We need a president that nobody can't put nothing over on. Certainly I'm going to vote for you.
Riley, as your campaign manager, I'm warning you to be careful. You can lose the election that day.
Shut up, Muley. Hey, Max.
That's just it, Mr. Next President.
Max, there's a rumor that you just become a father.
Yeah, that's right. Hey, look, here's a picture of the baby.
Oh, good. That's what I call an ugly rumor.
Guess what it is, Riley? A boy or a girl?
Huh? Boy or a girl? I'm trying to make up my mind. Is it a baby?
What a sense of humor. Riley is late.
No, I ain't kidding, Max. This is the homeliest baby I ever saw.
Ain't it the truth? You know, guys, that's what we need for president. A guy who speaks his mind.
Max, you're the most abnormal father I ever saw. Why don't you stick up for your kid, even if it is gruesome?
Because that picture is my brother-in-law's kid. I was just testing you. Now, look, here's a picture of my baby. Look, ain't it beautiful?
Max, be smart. Trade with your brother-in-law.
Go on. I know you're kidding. You can't fool me.
Oh, what's the use? I ain't got a chance of losing.
Hey, fellas, look what's here in this paper. What an outrage. What is it, Ike? Well, look, these here sports writers had a poll, see? And they say on account of all the ball players coming out of the Army, the Giants will cut the pennant next season, and the Dodgers ain't got a chance.
It's too bad, but I guess maybe the Giants is the better team.
What? What did you say, Riley? Did you hear that, fellas? He said the Giants was the better team.
No, I didn't mean it. It's 1,000.
And he wants to be president, that traitor. Look at him. A regular Arnold Benedict. Well, wait, fellas. I guess maybe Tony Costello will be a very good president. Come to think about it. Come on, fellas. The air's cleaner outside.
Come on, let's get out of here, Quisling. Right.
Oh, Riley, if you don't go out there and apologize, you're going to lose the election.
Yeah, I better go. No, Muley. I ain't apologizing.
You going nuts? You don't know what you're doing.
I know what I'm doing. And it's a far much further thing I've done than any cartoon ever did.
Steele has just brought you the first act of The Life of Riley, and we'll return to Riley in just a moment. Time to start using Teal is right now, before you discover certain ugly cavities at the gum line of your teeth. Now, before toothpaste and powders containing harsh abrasives grind away, doing their damage slowly but surely. Damage you can easily avoid by using Teal to clean your teeth. You see, if your teeth were all hard enamel, perhaps there'd be little danger. But out of every 10 adults, 8 have receding gums. And when gums recede, much softer parts of the teeth are exposed, parts 25 times softer than tooth enamel. And it's those softer parts that are damaged by daily brushings with toothpaste or powder containing harsh abrasives. Now, the chances are 8 in 10 that you are risking those ground-in cavities right now, unless the dentifrice you use contains no such abrasives. Now, remember, Teal alone, of all leading dentifrices, contains no abrasives. Teal cleans teeth with an amazing patented ingredient without abrasives. Therefore, Teal protects teeth from ground-in gum line cavities as no other leading dentifrice can. The Teal way takes 1 extra minute a week to make teeth look their best safely. Just follow the directions on the package. You'll enjoy the tangy flavor of Teal, its foamy action. Ask for T-E-E-L, Teal, the liquid dentifrice. And now back to The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. Well, it looks as if Riley has completely ruined his chances of winning the presidency of his lodge by deliberately insulting the voters. Of course, Riley did all this because Pointy Kinsella, the crafty opponent, convinced Riley with a fake sob story that Pointy's wife would divorce him unless Pointy won the election. Right now, Muley Durkin, Riley's campaign manager, is trying to save the situation.
Riley, I'm begging you. Go back and apologize before the voting begins.
Let me alone, Muley.
What's got into you, Riley? Why are you acting like this?
It's an idea I got from Sydney Cartoon.
Aha! I knew somebody was at the bottom of all this. Where is this Sydney? I'll knock his head off.
Not too late, Muley. His head is already off.
His head is off? Hey, what kind of people are you going around with, anyway?
Muley, I think I'll sit here in the park for a while. I'd like to be alone.
Okay. But I ain't through. I'm going to get to the bottom of this if it's the last thing I do.
What a mess. But anyway, I saved Pointy's marriage from breaking up. And nothing's more important than the sanctity of the home.
Is that you there, Riley?
Huh? Who's that?
Here behind you. It is I, Digby Odell, the friendly undertaker.
Oh, hello, Digger.
Greetings, Riley. You're looking fine. Very natural.
Sit down, Digger. You look tired.
Ah, yes. I've had a hard day. I filled up 10 holes. Those gophers are ruining my lord.
Oh, gophers.
This is a big day for you, eh, Riley? Isn't your lodge electing a new president tonight?
Yeah, tonight.
I'd love to be a member of your lodge. But every time I apply, that Max blackballs me.
Well, he saw it, what you did when you came to the open meeting.
I didn't do anything wrong. He was boasting about his height, so I took out a tape measure and measured him.
Well, you didn't have to ask him to lie down.
I'd be a valuable member, Riley. You know, I was president of my fraternity at MIT.
I didn't know you studied engineering.
Not the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. This MIT is in Arizona. The Morticians' Institute of Tombstone. See, here's my pin with our class motto. Accidentum quod non impresentia.
What does that mean?
Eventually, why not now? dear old MIT. Friendship and fraternity. Camaraderie and conviviality. I adore the Morticians Institute. It's so, eh?
The BPLA, too. We have... Well, I guess now I'll have to resign.
Resign? But you're about to be elected president.
Well, you see, Digger... promise you keep this quiet, Digger.
I promise. As we say in my profession, mummy is the word.
Well, I'm throwing the election on purpose because Pointy Kinsella told me if he don't win, his wife will leave him.
Ridiculous, right? Only this morning, Mrs. Kinsella told me she's hoping Pointy loses the election. She wants him to spend more time at home with her and the children.
What?
Oh, Riley, you've been tricked.
Holy smoke. Oh, what a fool I was.
Yes, he set a trap and you walked right into it.
It's the first time a rat ever trapped a human being. Digger, I gotta go.
Make haste, Riley. Experience has taught me one thing. Never let the grass grow over your feet. Hurry, Riley, hurry.
Listen, this is the record Muley. Listen, huh?
I ain't got a chance against you, Riley. Oh, gee, I'm sorry, Pointy. You mean if you won the election, your wife wouldn't divorce you, huh? That's right. My poor little kid. How I'll miss him.
Cut it off, Junior. This is it. This record proves why Riley is throwing the election. But how did you get that record, Junior? From my recording machine, Mom. It must have been on while Pop was talking to Pointy. Give me that record. I gotta find Riley. There ain't much time left.
Hey, Muley, guess what? I've been trained. I've been double-crossed.
We know all about it. Stop worrying, Riley. Wait till I play you this record.
I got no time for records. I gotta figure out a way to...
Please play my record. You'll love it.
I'm losing an election and you want to play records.
But, Riley, it's the truth.
I'll break it into 1,000 pieces.
Hey, wait, Riley, don't throw it.
There.
It didn't break. Riley, the gods of Brooklyn are watching over you.
What?
Come on. You're going to get elected, and this record's going to do it. We're on time, Riley. The voting ain't started yet.
Yeah, come on. Now let's put the record on the phonograph. Holy smoke. I just remembered we ain't got no phonograph here.
Oh, my God. What are we going to do now?
I don't know. Look, Muley, the jukebox.
Yeah. Stick the record in with the others and play it.
Yeah, that's what. Now, let's see where I put it. Oh, here. There's a record. And I'll stick ours there. There, it's in.
Look out, don't... Now, what did you close the little door for? It's locked.
What's the difference?
What's different? You just locked the jukebox. We ain't got the keys. Inside there's 20 records. Each one has a number. If you don't know the number, you don't know which button to press to hear our record. Now, do you understand?
What a revolting development this is.
Now, please, try to think. What was the number of the slot you put our record?
Well, wait, I'm pretty sure it had a 1 in it.
Oh, what good does that do?
Well, now we got it narrowed down. It's either 1, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, or 19.
Oh, we're stumped. Come on, fellas, turn the vote.
Oh, Muley, they're coming in. They're going to vote. What do we do?
Play the jukebox and take your chances.
Hey, fellas, look who had the nerve to show his miserable face around here. Riley, that giant.
Now, wait, fellas. It's all a mistake.
Don't listen to him. Let's start the vote. Get out the secret ballot, and we'll all vote for good old Pointy.
Yeah.
Well, wait a minute, fellas. I was a dope, and I can prove it. If you'll only listen to a certain record.
What are you trying to hand us?
Listen, that's all I ask. Look, I'm putting a nickel in the jukebox. This'll prove that I was trained. Now, listen. The first thing you hear is my voice.
Saturday night is the loneliest night of the week. What's going on?
Now, wait, fellas. There's been a little mistake. Just one more record.
One more. Riley, we already listened to 19 records. That Sinatra's coming out of our ears.
But it's got to be the next record. There's only one left. Just lend me one more nickel.
Not then, so when you tip the set on 19 nickels already. Come on, fellas, let's go ahead and vote the Pointy.
No, wait a minute. Oh, if I only had a nickel, I'd...
Hey, what's all the excitement, boys?
Pointy, lend me a nickel.
Ranger? Why, I'll give you one. You see, fellas, that's the kind of a president you're going to have. A spender. Here you are, Brother Rabbit.
Oh, thanks. Look, fellas, I'm putting it in. Now you'll hear.
Hey, I'm in trouble. I need a lawyer. A lawyer? What for? Well, Leon the missus is breaking up. Separating. No, you're kidding. Think you're three little kids. What'll happen to them? Hey, that's Pointy. And Riley, too. Hey, don't listen. Come on, let's vote. For me. Sit down, Pointy. This sounds very interesting. No, wait a minute, fellas. No, look. Thank you, fellas. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thanks for electing me for president. And I'm going to work very hard. There's lots of problems facing me during my term. But every time I come up against a problem, I'm going to take the bull by the horns and wrestle with it. And you'll find that your new president is an expert at throwing the bull. I thank you.
Bring your Rileys back in half a minute. How you'll enjoy Teal on your toothbrush instead of toothpaste or powder. But far more important than its famous tangy flavor is the way Teal protects teeth. Protects teeth from gum-lined cavities ground in by the daily use of toothpaste or powders containing harsh abrasives. Teal cleans teeth without abrasives, avoids the risk of such cavities. So switch to T-E-E-L, Teal, the safe, refreshing liquid dentifrice.
So they actually elected you president, Riley. Did you get a big majority, dear?
Yeah, Dumpling, 36-1. Imagine the nerve of that Pointy Kinsella voting for himself.
You see, Pop, my recording machine paid off.
Yes, Riley. For all we know, Junior may be a great inventor someday.
I wouldn't be surprised. Junior takes after me. And you know me, I got a mechanical head.
Procter & Gamble, makers of Teal, the amazing liquid dentifrice, invite you to be their guest next week to hear the life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. William Bendix appears by arrangement with Hal Roach. The Life of Riley is produced for Teal by Irving Brecker and is directed by Don Bernard. Music by Lou Kozloff. The script is by Ashmead Scott, Alan Lipscott, and Reuben Schiff. Mrs. Riley is Paula Winslow. Digger O'Tell is John Brown. Junior is Scotty Beckett. Members of the BPLA were Jerry Hausner, Ivan Green, and Ken Harvey. And this is Ken Carpenter inviting you to join us next week. And remember, for laughs, it's R-I-L-E-Y, Riley. And for lovely smiles, it's T-E-E-L, Teal. Teal, the amazing liquid dentifrice, protects teeth beautifully.
Ladies, Dress is back. Dress. Procter & Gamble's amazing suds discovery for washing silk, nylon, woolens, dishes. Dress. That gives you faster, brighter, safer cleaning than any suds before in history.
I can tell you that's true. Why, Dress wonderful suds keep my colored things so bright and gay looking I can hardly believe my eyes. My stockings, rayons, woolens, all stay beautiful as a dream. And dishes, Dress makes dishes shine without wiping. Even glasses sparkle without touching a towel to them.
Yes, Dress's amazing suds rinse clean and clear. leave no dulling film the way all soaps do. There's no soap fading ever. No wonder colors sparkle. No wonder dishes shine without wiping. Ladies, look for Dress in bright green package. It's still scarce, so keep asking for it. Dress, the amazing suds discovery that brings you faster, brighter, safer cleaning than any suds before in history. That's D-R-E-S-T, Dress.
Lesson for the Life of Riley next week, brought to you by Teal. Good night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Granny's, Abner. I believe that's our ring.
I dog is Lum. I believe you're right.
I'll see. Hello, Jot 'em Down store. This is Lum and Abner.
And now, let's see what's going on down in Pine Ridge. Well, the whole town has learned about the $10,000 gift that Diogenes Smith left in Lum and Abner's care to be spent for the good of the entire community. And now every citizen in Pine Ridge is racking his brain for the ideal way of spending this money. But so far, no worthwhile, workable plan has been presented. As we look in on the little community today, we find Abner in the Jot 'em Down store and library talking on the telephone. Listen.
Well, I'll get the roof fixed. Don't worry about it, Elizabeth. Well, it ain't raining now. Well, how can it leak when it ain't raining? Well, I'll get it fixed tomorrow then. All right, today then.
Oh, excuse me.
Lum just came in, Elizabeth, so I better hang up. Yeah, well, I'll take care of it. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. All right, honey. Yes, honey. Goodbye. Drat that woman of mine anyway.
What's the trouble, Abner?
Oh, she's been hounding me all week to get a little bitty old leak in the roof fixed. Says I ought to stop studying up ideas for the good of the community and try to do a little good for my own home for a change.
Yeah, well, that's the way with women folks. They ain't got no vision. Can't understand the bigger things in life. Nearsighted's what they are. Can't see the trees in the forest on account of the trees in the forest.
Huh?
That don't make a whole lot of sense, does it?
Well, maybe they weren't looking in the right direction. Which way was they facing?
Which way was who facing?
Whoever it was that couldn't see the trees.
Oh, well, that wasn't nobody in particular. I was just referring to women folks.
Women? Was Elizabeth with them?
No, of course not.
I bound you she was. No wonder she never gets her work did. Going out in the country to gawk at the trees. That woman's been getting some of the silliest ideas here lately.
I weren't talking about Elizabeth or no other particular woman. I was just using old lettered saying. But it wasn't no good. I ought to make up a new old lettered saying about women. Remind me to do that sometime, Abner.
Remind you? Say, that reminds me of something else I'm supposed to remind you of. Mousey Gray.
Mousey Gray?
Yeah.
I don't want to be reminded of Mousey Gray.
Well, no, but he wants to see you, Lum. He's been in here a half a dozen times already this morning.
What does he want? Oh, his old job back, I reckon.
No, he said it was about some plan that he studied up to spend that $10,000 that Diogenes gave us.
Oh, for goodness sakes. Has he got a plan, too?
Yeah.
Gee, that'll be something wonderful.
Well, he wouldn't tell me what his idea was.
And I hope he never tells me neither. Sometimes I almost wish Diogenes would never give that money to Pine Ridge.
You do, huh?
Well, everybody in this town thinks he owns the money. And every one of them's got a different idea on how to spend it.
Yeah, that's all folks is talking about everywhere you go.
I couldn't hardly get down to work this morning. Everybody I'd meet stopped me and made me listen to his plan.
Well?
Never heard so many crazy, flying-by-night schemes in all my life.
No, I ain't neither.
And why they think I'd fall for their ideas, I don't know. They ought to know better than to try to put anything over on a man of my business experience and integrities. It's a mystery to me.
Well, it's a mystery to me, too. Why Elizabeth wants to go around looking at trees, I'll never know.
Oh, Abner, for goodness sake.
She saw trees before,
Well,
and again you saw one tree while you saw them all. Reckon she might have been looking for a bird's nest or something like that. Was she on the ground or up in the tree when you seen her, Lum?
Abner, I told you I never seen her. Now get that idea out of your head.
What now, Lum? Don't you keep nothing from me, 'cause this is something I ought to know about.
Abner, all I said... Wait a minute, there comes that little varmint, Mousy Gray. I'll tell him a thing or two.
Aunt Elizabeth's been acting awful strange here lately. Insisting on me fixing a roof and all.
Abner, forget that, and don't do much talking while Mouseys here. I'll handle him and his big idea.
Yeah.
I'll unencourage him before he even gets started.
Well, at that time.
Mind out, here he comes.
Yeah. Well, howdy, Mousy. Come on in. Lum's here now.
Yeah, howdy, Mousy.
Hello, Lum.
I'm awful busy today, Mousy. Got a lot of work to do.
Yes, sir. Well, I just want a few minutes of your time, Lum, that's all.
Well, if it's anything about spending the $10,000,
yes,
Mousy...
sir, it is, Lum. How would you like to live in a beautiful apartment?
Huh?
With modern fixtures and new furniture.
What in the world are you talking about, Mousy?
Well, my plan will enable every family in Pine Ridge to live in a brand new apartment free.
Hey, Granny, there's the wildest one idea I've heard yet.
Doggy, that sounds good to me. I'd like to live in a place like that.
Well, natural. Who wouldn't? But how you going to build enough apartments for every family in town on just $10,000? Don't forget, Pine Ridge is a big place. There's might nigh 600 families here.
607. I've counted them, Lum.
Well, that's even worse. And you say they can live in these apartments free?
Yes, sir.
Are you feeling all right today, Mousy?
Yes, sir. I feel fine. Now, here's the way the plan works, Lum.
Just a minute, Mousy. You took up too much of my time already. Your idea is impossible and unrelevant, and besides, it can't be did. You better run on home now.
Yes, sir, but, Lum, I've got this all worked out in detail. I can show you exactly how it works. Now, see, here's the chart.
I ain't got time to look at a bunch of figures, Mousy.
To begin with, we take the $10,000 and build one apartment house with 20 apartments in it.
Well, that ain't going to be enough.
No, sir, I know it, but, see, we could put more in, but this way the apartments will be bigger and then each family will have more room. Yeah, I want a lot of room in mine.
Hey, Chef Abner.
And then we give 20 families these 20 new apartments in exchange for their old houses.
You mean they give us their old houses?
Yes, sir. They won't have any use for them because, see, now they have a beautiful new apartment to live in free.
Just a minute. It can't all be free. Who's going to pay the taxes and electricity and all that stuff?
Well, we will. We'll have plenty of money for that. Now, how much would you say that those old houses are worth, Lum?
Well, it's hard to say. That old place of Mr. Quincy's ain't worth more than $600 or $700.
Not just about what it's worth.
But the Seastrunk place, for instance, ought to be worth... Well, I know Ezra's got more than $4,000 in it.
Oh, yeah, he has. That's a nice place. Well, would you say that we could average $1,000 apiece for them if we sold them?
Well, yeah, you ought to be able to do better than that even.
Oh, well, that's enough. See, we sell those 20 houses for $1,000 apiece and get $20,000. Well, good for us, Doggy. That's twice as much as we started with.
Abner, don't encourage him.
And then we take the $20,000 and build 2 apartment houses, and that takes care of 40 more families, doesn't it?
Well, yeah, but now wait a minute.
So we sell their old houses, and we've got $40,000. All right, Doggies, we're getting rich. This is better than that counterfeiting business.
Abner, I told you to hush up. You don't know nothing about financial matters.
So then we take the $40,000 and build 4 more apartment houses, and that takes care of 80 more families. So, are you following me, Lum?
Yeah, but there must be something wrong with this, Mousy.
So we sell those houses and get $80,000 and build 8 more apartment houses, and that takes care of 160 more families. Then we sell their houses.
Just a minute, Mousy. Let's go back and begin all over again. I'm feared I jumped the track here.
Yeah, well, we're just about through, Lum. We sell their houses and get $160,000 and build 16 more apartment houses, and that takes care of the last 320 families.
What do you mean, the last 320 families?
Well, you see, By now, we have 620 apartments, and there's only 607 families in Pine Ridge, so that's all we need.
That's right, ain't it?
Yes, sir.
Oh, wait a minute, though. I believe I've got you here, Mousy. Now, we've got everybody in these apartments, but where are we going to get the money for the taxes and gas and electricity? We've already spent all our money putting up the buildings.
Yes, sir, but don't forget, Lum, see, we've still got the old houses of those last 320 families to sell, and that gives us $320,000 more.
300? Oh, Granny, that might not $500,000.
Why, sure, kid. I know these lumber millionaires. Good for us.
Let me see that chart there, Mousy.
Yes, sir. Look it over, Lum.
Must be something wrong here. This is too good.
Well, it's all correct, Lum. I worked awful hard on that.
Let's see. One apartment house, $10,000.
Yes, sir.
That takes care of 20 families.
In fact, I worked so long and hard on that chart that, well, it just sort of seems like a mother to me.
Let's see, 20 houses. That's $1,000 apiece. That's $20,000.
Yeah, say, Mouse here, we going to have elevators in them buildings? Well, I haven't thought much about it, Abner. I haven't gotten around to that. All right, doggies, we'll have them. That's one thing I've always wanted is an elevator. A big, orange, shiny elevator. I could ride in them things all day long. And now just think about it. I'm going to have one right outside my front door. All right, doggies, I'm be crazy about that. Love elevator. Wait a minute. I believe that's our ring.
I'll get it, Abner. I'm closest to the phone here.
Go ahead, doggies. I can't wait.
Hello, jot 'em down, store and library. Lum Abner's talking. Mom?
I'm quite happy.
Oh, hello, Elizabeth.
I forgot about that.
Well, just a minute, I'll ask him. Abner, your woman wants to know what you're going to do about that roof.
Oh, well, tell her,
wait a minute. What's the matter with me? I know what to tell her. Hello, Elizabeth. Don't do nothing about your roof. Well, go ahead and let it leak. I know, but you're going to be moving pretty soon. Yes, Mom, into one of the new beautiful Lum Edwards luxury apartments.
Say, Amos, what is the greatest name in communication?
The Columbia Broadcasting System, Andy.
Well, how you like that? That's the network we is on.
Amos and Andy Show, written by Joe Connolly and Bob Mosier, transcribed and featuring Amanda Randolph, Johnny Lee, Ernestine Wade, Ruby Dandridge, Will Wright, Isa Ashdown, Stuffy Singer, Leo Cleary, Jeff Alexander's music, yours truly, Harlow Wilcox, and starring radio's all-time favorites, Freeman Gosden and Charles Correll. Amos and Andy. Well, our old friend the Kingfish has been working steady for the past 2 weeks. Much to the delight of his wife, Sapphire, and her mother, he's been bringing home a weekly paycheck. Right now, it's payday, and the Kingfish has just come home from work.
Oh, Georgie, honey, let me take your lunch pail. You must be tired.
Oh, yes, son-in-law dearie. You dear, sweet breadwinner, you. Let me give you a great big hug.
Wait a minute. Take it easy there, Mama. Let go. Unhug me here. Wait a minute.
Why, George, Mama's only trying to be affectionate.
Yeah, but the trouble is with your Mama's affection, it's like smooching with a hippopotamus. You has got to be another hippopotamus to enjoy it.
Never mind that. Tell us, Georgie, dear, did any interesting little happening occur on the job today you'd like to tell us about?
Oh, nothing much. I got fired.
Well, George, that's interesting. You got what, you bum? I knew it was too good to last. You know, Count Low for you.
Holy smokes. You two can turn from sweet to sour faster than a dead mackerel in the hot sun.
Now, see here, George Stevens. Just because you lost this job don't mean you're going to start loafing again. Either you keep money coming in here every week or out you go.
Yeah, Baldy. Unless you bringing money in, you're going to be as popular as Senator McCarthy at a Russian square dance.
Well, now, wait a minute, sir. You can't force me to go to work. I'll get you under the child labor laws.
What you talking about? You ain't no child.
Well, your mama always said I had the brain of a 9-year-old. My body may be in long pants, but my brain is still in rompers.
George Stevens, you better find some way to bring home some money by tomorrow or we is through. Come on, Mama. We ain't even going to cook his supper. All right.
Holy mackerel. I don't know much about heredity, but you could cross a bull constrictor with an octopus and come up with something better than them two. Oh, me. I come down here to the lodge hall to get some peace. Sure wish there was some way I could get a hold of some money without working. But I guess I was too old for politics. Oh, maybe something will turn up and I'll just, come in.
Excuse me.
Yeah, well, come right in, girls.
Oh, no. This ain't no girl. This is all me. And I lost.
Lord. If that's all you. I don't know how you ever got lost. But what seems to be the trouble, madam?
If you could direct me to the office of the Lennox Gazette.
Oh, the newspaper office. Oh, certainly. You just go down 2 blocks, then you turn left at the corner.
Is there something wrong?
No, it's just that pin you're wearing on your lapel there, shining in my eyes. Is that a hunk of glass or is there a battery in that thing?
Glass? This is a real diamond.
Oh, yeah. You looking for the Lennox Gazette?
Yes, I am. I want to put an ad in the personal column. I'm very anxious to adopt a son.
Yeah, well, you go down 2 blocks, then you turn to your left, and at the corner, then you gonna adopt a little baby, huh?
Well, no, not exactly. You see, I'm a widow. Yeah. And I've been very lonely. Now, if we'd had a son, he'd be around, say, 30. I'm interested in adopting a man about that age.
Well, you go down 2 blocks and turn to the... You thinking of adopting an older man, huh?
Yes. You see, I'm getting on in years, and I have so much to do. What with my big house, and I need someone who could help me with my money and financial investment.
Yeah, well, you go down... You stop right here.
Just what do you mean?
Well, madam, by a rare coincidence, you has happened to waddle into the office of the Stevens Older Men's Adoption Agency.
Oh, you have an adoption agency here?
Oh, yes, madam. One of the many services of the lodge. Oh, yes, sir. We has arranged for the adoption of a lot of older men. Now, if you want a son, we can help you. You probably heard our motto, our sonnies or honeys. You hear that?
Well, this is certainly a lucky break for me. Do you think you have several men I could interview?
Oh, I got just the right boy for you. I know the one.
You have? Is he on the sunny side of 30?
Well, he is more on the messy side of 40, tell you. Madam, you're going to love this chubby little rascal right from the tip of his 14 AAA shoes to the top of his 9 3/4 derby. He ain't no portfolio Ruby Rosenberg, but I think you're going to like him.
Well, I hadn't figured on one that old, but I could at least talk to him. Are you sure he's interested?
Yeah, well, he'll be interested. I'll arrange the whole thing for you. Leave it to me.
Well, that's fine. My name is Bedelia Adams.
Bedelia Adams.
Yeah, here's my card with my address.
Thank you, ma'am.
You phone me when you're ready.
Oh, you can count on me, madam. I guarantee you before the day is over, the stork will make a 3-point landing in your backyard. Well, there she goes. Wait a minute. Let me look out the window here at her. Hey, look at that big convertible she's getting into at the curb there. I always knew that someday my ship would come in, but I never knew it would have Cadillac written across the poop deck.
Come in, it's open.
Well, hiya, Brother Ender.
Oh, hiya, Kingfish. Hey, what brings you up here to my room?
Well, I was worried about you, poor and lonely friend. Poor mammaless offsprout.
What is this?
Tell me, Brother Ender, what does you do on Mother's Day?
The same thing I do every day. Sleep till noon.
Oh, no. What I mean is, when you had a mother, what did you do on Mother's Day?
Well, on Mother's Day, I used to send her a big package.
Well, that was nice, all right.
Then she used to wash and iron the stuff and send it back to me.
And look here, boy, of all the people I know, you needs a mother. Look at that shirt you have on there, full of holes, no buttons. It's disgraceful, you being seen in a shirt like that. If you had a mother, that wouldn't happen.
If I had another shirt, it wouldn't happen.
And look here, I is on the level with this thing. You needs a mother's care.
I do.
Tell me, son, when you comes home tired at night, don't you ever get the longing for some hog livers as only a mother can cook 'em?
Well, I like hog livers, yeah.
Good, Andy. Then the thing for you to do is to go get yourself adopted.
Well, Kingfish, ain't that going the long way around for hog livers?
Listen, man, I'm going to come right out in the open here now. I'm gonna lay the cards on the table. I'm going to roll up my sleeves. There ain't no tricks about this.
Yeah, do that.
Now, an old lady by the name of Bedelia Adams is looking to adopt a son. You see, if she'd have had a son years ago, he'd have been just about your age now.
Now, wait a minute. Is you out of your mind, Kingfish? Now, I ain't going to get adopted by no old lady.
Now, look, Andy.
This is the craziest thing you'd have never thought of. Me getting adopted. I was too old for motherhood anyway.
Now, look, Andy, ain't nothing crazy about it. You sees it in the papers all the time. Oh, I tell you, Andy, it's the chance of a lifetime. Yeah. She may be an old Mother McCreepy, but she's a Mother McCreepy with a Cadillac.
Yeah. Well, I still don't want to have to go... I'm not... She got a Cadillac, you say?
Not only that, Andy, she got a big house.
Keep talking, Kingfish. I'm beginning to feel like one of the family.
And she wants a son to look after her money and investments. Is it a deal, Andy?
Yeah. But you better tell her about me, Kingfish. She's liable to start bouncing her little darling on her lap and end up with water on the knee, you know?
Oh, yeah. Well, I'll tell her.
You can help reduce the hazards of superhighway travel by observing these simple rules. First of all, obey the law. Don't exceed posted speed limits. They were put there for your protection. At the same time, don't poke along at a ridiculously slow pace. Slow pokes are as dangerous as speed demons. Don't take chances. Pass to the left. Don't cut in and out of traffic lanes. And signal clearly and well in advance of every turn or stop you make.
Well, then, Mrs. Adams will be here for the interview any minute. You all set to meet your future mother?
Oh, yeah. This is something, Kingfish. I'm going to be the first son in history that ever shook hands with his mama before he was born. I'm going to tell you.
Now, wait a minute, Andy. Look here. A car just pulled up in front there. Wait a minute. Yeah, that's her. That's her getting out at the curb. Look at that.
Let me see. Kingfish, that's my mama? I never realized I come from such a horrible family.
Look, Andy, this is motherhood we're interested in and not beauty.
Oh, Kingfish. I better forget about sitting on my mama's lap. With them bull legs of hers, I'd slip right through to the floor.
Shut up, Andy. Here she comes. Now, I tell you what, I'll give her a build-up on you so you act shy and bashful. Yeah. That always appeals to the mama. Come in, come in. Oh, Miss Adams, yeah, I got your new son right here. Miss Adams, I'd like to have you meet Andy.
Well, so this is Andy.
Hi, Mama.
Yeah, there you is, Miss Adams. Ain't he a fine specimen of sonhood? Healthy boy, too. Had all of his shots. Yeah, he's been inoculated against everything. From whooping cough to distemper. If he was a pressure cooker, he'd qualify for the good housekeeping seal of approval.
Well, he's fine and looks fit.
Oh, yeah, you fine boy. Affectionate, too. Do something affectionate for your mother to be there, Andy.
Yeah, well, you like to play patty cake or something, Mama?
What's that?
Yeah, well, he got a sense of humor, too. Ha, 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 ha.
Mr. Stevens, you said on the phone Mr. Brown didn't have any bad habits. You distinctly said he didn't smoke, but he's got a cigar in his mouth.
Yeah, but you notice the cigar ain't lit, don't you?
Well...
Well, there you is. It shows what an upstanding fella he is. It ain't every man that could put temptation right under his nose and then have the courage to ignore it, you know.
Yeah. And on top of that, it was raining when I picked it up, and it's still soggy.
What do you say, Miss Adams? What do you think of the boy?
Well, I think he's the one. In fact, I know he is.
Well, fine. Now, you get your lawyer to draw up the adoption papers, and we'll go into court and have the thing done legally.
That'll be fine. Oh, I just know I'm going to be so happy. Just think, after all these years, a boy of my own.
Yeah. And your boy is happy about the whole thing, too. Ain't you, Baby Brown?
Goo.
Well, goodbye, son.
So long, Ma.
Well, Andy, it's all set.
Yeah, but listen. Why must we go into court, Kingfish?
Why must we go into court?
Yeah.
Why, you dummy, so that we can tie up your dear, sweet, gray-haired mother so she can't squirm out the deal. What do you think we're going to do? Now, sit down here again, Andy, and tell me this again, real slow. You is going to get yourself what?
That's right, Amos. I'm going to get myself adopted by an old lady named Bedelia Adams. She done met me, and we set the whole deal yesterday.
Oh, Andy, this is fantastic. At your age, getting adopted?
Listen, Amos, you read about it in the paper all the time. There ain't nothing crazy about it. Anyway, I needs a family. I'm going to look on her as my mama and her money as my papa.
Oh, listen, don't let that kingfish talk you into them crazy things like this.
No, sir. The whole thing is going to be legitimate. We're going before the judge tomorrow afternoon and sign the adoption papers.
Oh, Andy.
Oh, yeah. I can see the announcement in the morning papers. Mrs. Bedelia Adams wishes to announce the arrival of a son, Andrew. 220 pounds, 1 ounce.
Court will please come to order. Will the children to be adopted please take seats on the bench over by the jury box?
Say, little boy, is this the bench where the children who are going to be adopted sit? I think so. It's the only bench here. I guess we're the only little children who are going to be adopted today.
Would you kids mind moving over?
Hey, you're in the wrong place. Yeah, this bench is just for little children who are going to be adopted.
Just move over and let me sit down.
Do you mean some family's going to adopt you, mister?
That's right.
Wow. Did you hear that? I sure did. You think they would have bought a dog. I thought people only adopted little children. Me, too. He looks like he's about 90. And look at that stomach on him. Those droopy eyes. You know, I think this is Old Man River in person.
Listen, I'll thank you to keep your personal remarks to yourself. You kids ought to learn to disrespect your elders.
We didn't mean to be disrespectful. No, sir. You know, mister, there's just one thing I don't understand. The family that's adopting us says the reason they're doing it is because they want to hear the pitter-patter of little feet around the house.
Yeah, well, what about it?
Well, how are you going to pitter-patter with those clodhoppers of yours? Yeah. How you going to do that, mister?
Listen, little boy, keep your big mouth shut before I pop you in the nose.
Well, say you're next. We all set. Here's Miss Adams.
Good morning, son.
Yeah, hiya, Mama.
Next case, application for adoption by Mrs. Bedelia Adams. Will Mrs. Adams please step up to the bench?
She's coming right up now, Your Honor. Yes, she is, yeah. I is Mr. Stevens, the go-between in this thing.
Mm-hmm. Well, Mrs. Adams, I suppose this application is all in order.
Oh, yes, Your Honor. I had my lawyers draw it up.
I see. Tell me, Mrs. Adams, is this boy you're planning on adopting in court?
Oh, yeah, Your Honor. I can answer that. There he is right there. Sitting right over there. The big child. The one with the cigar in his mouth. Dan, come over here. Come on.
Okay, I'm coming. Here he is.
There he is, Your Honor. Little orphan Andy. There he is.
Mrs. Adams, you mean to say you want to adopt this grown man? Is this some sort of a joke?
Oh, no, Your Honor. I'm serious.
Oh, yeah, Your Honor. They is because the whole thing. They is doing it because they is lonely. There is emptiness in her life and emptiness in his life.
Well, I knew there was an emptiness someplace. However, there's no law that states at what age a person may be adopted, so this court, rather than go any deeper into something which is obviously going to be very confusing, hereby approves the adoption.
Well, thank you, Your Honor. Thank you very, very much. Andy, now that you was her legal son, ain't you got something to say to your mama?
Yes, Andy. Don't you have something to say to your new mother?
Yeah, I would like to ask you something, Mama.
What is it, son?
When do you start stuffing my piggy bank?
Oh, no.
They supply the courage, we supply the means. And it takes courage for a fellow of only 5 to watch his mother's worries growing when just $3 will buy a day's nursery care for him each day she works. It takes courage for a little girl to watch the ceiling every day when $25 will buy 5 clinic visits for her at a Red Feather Hospital to start straightening her back. They supply the courage, let us supply the means for these and other children in our nation. Let's give to the Community Chest and United Fund campaign, now being conducted through the communities of the nation.
Well, Andy's been here in this great big house with his mama now for 3 days. I'll drop in and see how he's making out. Nice looking place. I'll ring the bell here. Sure is a big place here. Must take a lot of servants to run it. Excuse me, maid. Is Mr. Brown at home?
Kingfish, this ain't no maid. This is me.
Andy, I didn't recognize you there with the apron on and the towel around your head and that broom. What you doing, playing games in there?
Games, nothing, Kingfish. I was doing the housework. Come on in. Boys, I got plenty to tell you.
Yeah, well, what's the trouble, Andy? I think you'd be lounging around in the lapdog of luxury up here.
I've been working like a horse here. There ain't no servants, and I'm doing all the work. I's the cook, the chauffeur, the butler, and everything else. And later on, I'm going to wash the dog and spray the roses.
You does, huh?
Yeah. I'm looking forward to an afternoon of fleeing and DDTing.
The mackerel, Andy. How did all this happen, boy?
Well, when me and Mama come home from the court, we stepped in the front door. The first thing Mama asked me was I interested in politics. I said I was, and she say, shake hands with Mr. Hoover, and stuck a vacuum cleaner in my hand.
This is funny. A big house like this, no servants.
Yeah, I begin to think she just adopted me to do all the housework. And on top of that, I ain't seen no money at all. I is suspicious this gal is broke.
Well, I can't understand it, Andy.
Andy! What are you doing down there?
I just talking to my friend, Mr. Stevens.
Yes, only me, Mrs. Adams, the stalk.
Well, you get on out of here and leave him alone. And hurry up, Andy. You got the whole upstairs to clean.
Coming, Mother. Kingfish, this is a mess.
Yeah, well, I still don't see how she could be broke, Andy. She got this big house. She got the car, the automobile. She got,
Oh, me. I better answer the door.
Yeah, this is something, Andy.
Yes, what is it?
I've come to pick up the Cadillac.
The Cadillac? Well, it's all right. It don't need no grease job.
No, I've come to impound it.
You're gonna, you come to pound on what?
Wait a minute. Mister, did you say impound, you mean there's money owed on it?
That's right. I'm from the finance company. Unless we have the 3 months' payments that are past due by 12 noon, we're seizing the car.
But, mister,
We'll take an attachment in the house if there weren't 14 other liens on it. You better do something about it. Good day.
Andy, you was right. Mrs. Adams is broke. It looked like she just adopted you to get you to do all the housework.
And, Kingfish, you got me into this mess. Now, you get me out.
Well,
you
now,
hear?
wait a minute. Anyway, don't get excited. Don't shake that broom at me. I'll get right over to see Algonquin J. Calhoun. Maybe he can figure some way out of this mess.
Oh, me. You know something, Kingfish? I'd give anything to be an orphan again.
Calhoun, I gotta see you. Is you busy?
No, come on in, Kingfish. My cousin Murgatroyd just left.
Oh, Murgatroyd, the bebop hipster, huh?
Yeah.
What's doing with him these days?
Well, we was shopping in one of them big department stores, and we got on the elevator on the 12th floor, and Murgatroyd said to the operator, he said, "Ground floor, please." Just as we started down, the cable broke.
Holy mackerel.
Yeah, we dropped 12 floors, hit the basement, and split the elevator right in two.
What did Murgatroyd do?
That crazy cat got up, dusted himself off, and looked at the operator and said, "Man, I didn't tell you to hurry."
Well, now listen, Calhoun. We is in a mess. You know Andy got adopted by that old lady, Bedelia Adams, don't you?
Yeah, she's a rich old gal that live up on the hill.
Yeah, the only thing is she ain't no rich old gal.
No.
She broke. Oh, yeah, she just adopted Andy to get someone to do all her housework for her. Now, Andy wonder how he gonna be able to get out the thing. Can you figure something there? Think legal down.
He want to find some way to unmama himself.
That's what he want to do.
Well, now, let me see.
Is there any way he can do that thing hard?
Well, now, let me see here. Now, wait a minute here. When she adopted him, she must have said that she had an income. Now, maybe you could take her back to court and get the adoption annulled on the grounds of misrepresentation.
Yeah, that's the thing to do. Oh, you got it. Go up before the judge, get the thing annulled.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a great idea, Calhoun.
Yeah. It's too bad it didn't work out for Andy, though, Kingfish, because there ain't nothing like mother love.
Yeah, that's right.
I'll never forget my own sweet mother. Every evening, she used to sit in the rocking chair in our little apartment and croon. Tooraloo-ra-loo-ra, tooraloo-ra-la.
She did use a croon like that, huh?
Oh, yeah. Every night she'd sit there with me in her arms, and Mama would sing, tooraloo-ra-loo-ra, tooraloo-ra-la, tooraloo-ra-loo-ra. That's an Irish lullaby.
Oh, she was trying to put you to sleep, huh, Calhoun?
Heck no, she was trying to break the lease.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Amos, we goes to court this afternoon. I is getting unadopted.
Well, I was happy to hear that, Andy, because this is the craziest thing that you and the Kingfish ever done.
Yeah, how you like that sneaky old lady? We was all set to sponge off her money, and it turns out she was broke and just wanted her son to do the housework.
Well, Andy, you is just as much in the wrong in this thing as she is. But I sure hope the thing works out all right in court.
Oh, there ain't nothing to it, Amos. We just tells the judge that she done misrepresented herself, and he calls the whole thing off.
Oh, Andy, this thing has been terrible, you know it?
I'll say it is. And the thing I'll never understand is how my own mama could have done this to me.
We'll have quiet in the courtroom while Mr. Brown is testifying. Proceed, Mr. Brown.
Yes, Your Honor. Well, it turned out, after Mrs. Adams done adopted me, she didn't have no money. And she had no business adopting a child if she couldn't support him.
But, Mr. Brown, the adoption was approved by the court.
I know, sir, but she can't support me. She's broke.
Well, of course, in that case, something will have to be done.
Oh, fine, Your Honor, fine.
Yes. In view of the fact that you are now the legal son of Mrs. Adams, the court orders that you, Andrew H. Brown, shall contribute $40 a week to the support of your destitute mother.
This is Harlow Wilcox again, suggesting that you tune in this CBS radio station each evening, Monday through Friday, for the Amos and Andy Music Hall. You'll hear Amos and Andy at their very best, plus interviews with famous guests and lots of good popular music. Your local newspaper will give you the time of the Amos and Andy Music Hall. So remember to tune in and enjoy the fun and music and laugh with Amos and Andy.
That's right, folks, every Monday through Friday on the CBS Radio Network. Thank you and good night.
See you tomorrow night on the Music Hall.
Be sure to be with us at the same time next Sunday for the Amos and Andy Show, transcribed and directed by Cliff Howell. Now stay tuned for Our Miss Brooks, which follows immediately over most of these same stations.
Of the CBS Radio...
The makers of Campbell's Soup present George Burns and Gracie Allen, Tony Martin and Ken Niles, and Henry King in his music.
My sugar takes me with a grain of salt.
George and Gracie will be with us. Meanwhile, this is Ken Niles. You know, I've been getting a lot of letters lately since I've been telling you about my extra special favorite, Campbell's Chicken Soup. I get many that read like this. What you say about Campbell's Chicken Soup is absolutely true. I'm through making chicken soup at home now that I can have just as good, if not better, soup by asking for Campbell's. True? Why, of course it is. And I know good chicken soup myself, so I can tell you why Campbell's has been the soup sensation of the year and why women are buying 3 times as much as they did a short while ago. Now, this is why. It's that glorious, delicious chicken flavor, the through-and-through chicken richness, the golden glistening color, the snowy rice and delightful seasoning, and the pieces of tender chicken meat, too. Just like the best homemade chicken soup you ever tasted. That's why. And you can have it any time you wish simply by asking your grocer for Campbell's Chicken Soup. Why not do that tomorrow? And here are George Burns and Gracie Allen.
Thank you very much. Well, Gracie, say hello to everybody.
Yeah, hello, Tony.
Hello, Tony? That's everybody?
Well, everybody that matters, if you know what I mean.
Yes, I think I know what you mean.
Well, never mind saying hello to us, Gracie. I know you're very busy these days. By the way, have you got your Christmas shopping done?
My Christmas shopping, Ken? Oh, sure, it's all done except buying the presents.
Gracie, why don't you buy your Christmas presents after Christmas?
Well, that's what I'm going to do. On account of you don't know what people need until the day after Christmas.
I know I'm heading for a headache.
Now, for instance, after I get a present from a girlfriend, I can tell what she needs. Now, if she gives me a handbag, then I know she doesn't need a handbag. Because if she needed a handbag, then why did she give it to me?
That's a good idea.
I know, I made it up.
You ought to have it stuffed.
I'll have it stuffed what? The handbag?
No, your head.
Oh. I don't get it.
You don't, Henry.
You look at my face and you do not know who she is?
Henry, that was last week, remember?
Oh, yeah.
Can't
Say,
step out of
Henry.
character.
Henry, what are you going to give the boys in your band for Christmas?
Oh, I don't know, Gracie. What do you suggest?
Music lessons.
Not a bad idea. It's a good idea. Gracie, what are you going to give me for Christmas?
Well, George, did you see those star sapphire cufflinks down at the jewelry?
You mean the ones set in platinum?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Do you think Tony Martin would like them?
You're giving Tony Martin star sapphire cufflinks? What about me?
Oh, I think he'd rather have cufflinks.
Cufflinks?
Cufflinks.
You mean cut glass? Now, you do, huh?
It's awfully sweet of you, Gracie. But Alice Faye bought me some cufflinks for my birthday.
Copycat.
Hello. Who? Oh, just a minute. Gracie, a phone call for you, and the party says it's very important.
Oh, well, it's probably the sponsor.
Oh, the sponsor.
I guess he wants to know whether Tony Martin is through this week or next week.
Never mind about Tony. Just answer the phone.
All right. Hello, Mr. Chicken Soup.
Mr. Chicken Soup?
Quiet,
It's a cute first name.
What's that?
Sam Chicken Soup.
It's who? Now, you have to speak clearly. I don't recognize your voice. No, I don't remember meeting you. No, you must have the wrong party.
Gracie, will you let me answer the phone? Hello. Who? Just a minute, Gracie, it's your mother.
Yeah. Oh, hello, Mother. I didn't know you were sponsoring this program.
If it's your mother, she's probably sponsoring a pat itself for your daddy.
Now, please, Judge. Mother can't hear what she's saying.
She's lucky.
What? No, that was George Burns' mother. George Burns. No, Burns. Look, Mother, if you light a match to the gas stove, what does it do? Oh, nothing? Oh, the gas is shut off?
Gracie, find out what she wants.
What, Mother? Oh, you're wrapping the Christmas presents. Oh, goody. What's that? Oh, you want to know whether you should wrap them now or wait until you buy the presents?
Gracie, don't make a quick decision. That takes a lot of thought.
Oh, not for me, George. What, Mother? Oh, you don't know whether to buy the presents now or wait until you get money?
That's an idea. I think she'd better wait a little bit.
Well, Mother, why don't you borrow the money till Daddy gets home? What? Oh, nobody will loan you the money for 20 years.
Why don't you tell her to ask the warden, Gracie?
Well, goodbye. Oh, by the way, Mother, how's Unky today? He's still dead, huh? Well, that's good. Goodbye.
Well, that was a nice hunk of dialogue.
Now, where was I?
You were in a jewelry store picking out cufflinks for Tony Martin that Alice Faye has already picked out.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
George, the next time I see Caruso, remind me to ask him if he'd like to sing on this program.
Gracie, Caruso is dead.
Well, all right, then you ask him.
Look, there's one thing I'd like to explain to you. Tony Martin doesn't feel like coming up here at night and making love after making love at the studio all day.
Thanks, George.
You're welcome.
Now, Gracie, this morning I spent the entire morning kissing Simone.
Oh, the poor kid. You must be tired. Take me in your arms and tell me all about it, Tony.
Yeah, he's all in. Yeah.
Well, I rehearsed a love scene with her 20 times.
Oh, what you need is a rest, Tony. Let me sit in your lap.
Tony, so Simone kissed you 20 times. I'd like to do that.
Well, go ahead, George. I'll hold them for you, and then you can hold them for me.
Tony, why don't you get Gracie into one of your pictures?
I'll bet I'd be great as a heroine.
Yeah, because heroin is a dope.
Oh, please, George.
And after kissing Simone all afternoon, I did nothing but hug and kiss Janet Gaynor.
You spent all morning making love to Simone, and all afternoon hugging and kissing Janet Gaynor?
Yeah.
Oh, just my luck to be on the night shift.
Sing for me.
Day is ending and the sun's descending in the west once more. Night is falling, I can hear love calling on the dear old Mississippi shore. Everybody knows that it's just a muddy river, but it seems like heaven on high. When the moon is shining bright, let me dream away the night where the lazy river goes by. Go away, let us be just the river, you and me. Everything is still all along the Mississippi. Ain't no one as happy as I. Oh, I never want to roam. Let me live and make my home where the lazy river goes by. Swing on out, Henry. Come on, get on those blacks and whites. Shut me on down. Yes, yes. Everybody knows that it's just a muddy river, but it seems like heaven on high. When the moon is shining bright, let me dream away the night where the lazy river goes by. Get you away, let us be just the river, you and me. Everything is still all along the Mississippi. Ain't no one as happy as I. Oh, I never want to roam. Let me live and make my home where the lazy river goes by. Where the lazy, lazy river goes by.
Fox singing Where the Lazy River Goes By from the picture with a banjo on my knee. Tony, you were swell.
Thanks, George.
Well, Gracie, how did you like Tony Martin?
Oh, I think he's beautiful.
Yeah, he's pretty. You know, Gracie, what do you want Santa Claus to give you for Christmas? Would a stocking hold all you want?
Well, no, but a pair of Tony Martin socks would.
I say. Well, that's if he's got a pair of socks. Yeah.
Well, now just think. 2 more days and it'll be December 25th.
Yeah.
And a week later, New Year's Eve.
Yeah.
7 weeks from then, Washington's birthday. 5 months after that, 4th of July. Well. Half of next year gone already, and it isn't even Christmas yet. Time certainly flies, don't you think so?
Yes, I think so. Gracie, you forgot April Fool.
I'm coming to you, George.
Thank you.
Thank you. Some people like Christmas, but personally, I like Labor Day much better than Easter on account of the Christmas trees.
You have Christmas trees on Labor Day?
Mm-hmm.
Then what will you have on Christmas?
Well, I'll take the same as you do, George, only more ginger ale in mine.
I don't know what you're doing for Christmas, but I'm having a poor family for dinner.
Well, that's nice. We're having turkey.
Well, that's kind of different. Sweetened with stuffing. Yes.
Yeah.
Love that turkey stuff.
You know...
Take it easy. Just give it up. Just speak right up. Had to go, Chrissy.
Oh, George, let me talk.
Yes.
If it weren't for one thing, I could sit under the mistletoe and kiss Tony Martin to my heart's content.
And what's the one thing?
Well, who wants to spend a dime for mistletoe?
Well, Tony, Gracie's got a mat on.
Gracie, let's cut that out. I don't want to start talking about kissing the minute I get down to work.
Well, that's what I say. Let's cut out the talking and get down to work.
In the first place, kissing is unhealthy. Isn't that right, Henry?
I don't know.
You don't know? You've never been kissed?
I've never been sick.
Is that so? Well, you certainly fooled me, because you look bad.
Tony Martin, I'm going to teach you a lesson.
You mean you're going to fire me off this program?
Oh, worse than that, I'm going to make you act in my Christmas play. And I'm going to do it sometime pretty soon right now.
You going to do a Christmas play sometime pretty soon right now?
Yeah, almost quicker than immediately.
Well, let's not act hastily.
Oh.
Well, I think that's going to be swell, Gracie. Is it another historical play?
No, Ken, it's a sort of a kind of a special Christmas play I wrote called Dickens' Christmas Carol.
I must be wrong. I thought Dickens' Christmas Carol was written by Dickens.
That's what he thought, too.
That's what who for, Dickens?
No, Carol, Christmas Carol.
Oh, yeah, I know him very well. A tall fellow with a face. He's a...
Oh, don't be silly, George. Christmas Carol isn't a him, it's a her.
A her?
Belle Carol's sister.
Oh, Carol's sister, yes. Very cute, too. Gracie, who's who in the screwy play of yours?
You, George, you're playing the part of Scrooge, the stingy old miser.
Well, I don't think I'll be able to read the script because miser saw. I knew it was bad. I didn't like it. Oh, that's good. Thank you. All right, so I'm Scrooge.
Yeah, but we'll call you Scroogey Poogie.
Scroogey Poogie. Thanks.
And boys.
Yep.
Yes.
Boys, you play the three ghosts.
The three ghosts, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I know.
You
know,
do,
this is a ghost-to-ghost program, huh?
That's right, Ken. The Pacific Ghost, the Atlantic Ghost, and it just goes to show you.
And we all act in this play, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I know the play, Gracie. We're the three ghosts that come to haunt Scrooge.
Right, Tony. Ken,
Yep.
you're the ghost of the past. Henry?
Yep.
You're the ghost of the present. And Tony?
Yes?
Yeah, oh, no, wait a minute. Oh, Tony, you can't be the ghost of the future.
Why not?
Well, because the way you've been behaving, I'm afraid you haven't got a future on this program.
Oh, I see.
Do you follow me, Tony?
Yes, I follow you, Gracie.
Well, you better stop following me, Alice. They'll get awfully angry.
All right, Gracie, and what part do you play?
I'm Mrs. Fezziwig.
Mrs. Fezziwig?
Yes.
Who is Mrs. Fezziwig?
Well, she's the wife of Mr. Fezziwig and the mother of all their fuzzy little toupees.
Fuzzy little toupees. Hair. And what do you do in this play?
Well, as long as the boys are ghosts, I have to be the ghostess.
Ghostess? You mean you're a lady ghost?
No, dance hall ghostess.
Henry, the music.
Henry King of the Steinways. Mr. Steinway's younger son. Words like I love you were meant to be in a song, a phrase to be rhymed with above you, but I knew I was wrong when you came along. Oh, where have you been all my life? Now that I find you, my life will be so divine. Now that you are mine.
Glad to talk on my favorite subject, Campbell's chicken soup. And if you could see the way Campbell's make it, you'd know why it's so extra delicious, just like the finest homemade chicken soup you ever tasted. Now, Campbell's use all the good, tender meat of plump chickens, the kind of chickens you'd select for your own table. And they simmer the broth slowly until it's outstandingly delicious with chicken goodness. Outstandingly delicious flavor. That's what has made Campbell's chicken soup such a great favorite in so short a time. So much so that women everywhere are buying 3 times more than they did a short while ago. And the minute you taste it, I know you're going to be captivated, too. If you want to make an extra special hit for the family, just place before them Campbell's chicken soup. Don't put it off. Why not ask your grocer for it tomorrow? And now for Gracie Allen's masterpiece, Dickens' Christmas Carol. Conceived, written, directed, produced, released, presented, and sponsored by Gracie Allen.
Yeah, and I'm pretty, too.
Quiet.
Now, remember, George, you're Scrooge the miser.
Yes.
All your life, you've hoarded jokes. And on Christmas Eve, the ghosts of the past, present, and future of radio come back to haunt you.
I see. They're still haunting for their jokes.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
And I'm Mrs. Fezziwig, the widow lady. And when the scene opens, you're at home in the attic, and I'm trying to get you to donate some jokes to the starving masters of ceremony.
Well, this is going to be a nice play.
Yes. Ken the cat.
All right.
Ebenezer Scrooge, the mean old miser of the airways, George Burns. Mrs. Loudspeaker Fezziwig, the nitwit of the network, Gracie Allen. The ghost of the past.
Something he ate, I guess.
Ken Niles. The ghost of the present, Tony Martin. The ghost of the future, Henry King. Time, midnight, Christmas Eve. Curtain.
Are you ready, Ghost?
Yes.
Music.
A haunting we will go. A haunting we will go. A haunting we will go.
Go ahead, George.
So this is Christmas Eve. Bah. And everybody is happy. Bah. I am not happy. They call me Ebenezer Scrooge, the joke miser. What fools people are to be happy on Christmas Eve. I sure feel sorry for all the poor masters of ceremonies on a cold night like this without a joke on their backs.
Scrooge, let me in. Let me in. This is Mrs. Fezziwig.
Come in and close the door. Close the door. It's chilly outside.
Well, Scroogey Poogie, if I close the door, will it make it warmer outside?
It's a nasty snowstorm outside. I'm chilled to the bone.
Well, it serves you right for going without a hat.
That's very funny, Mrs. Fezziwig. I'll put that away with the rest of my jokes. Shades of Al Jolson, Mrs. Fezziwig. Do you see this ghostly figure wrapped in a sheet?
Oh, yes, Scrooge. It's either Mahatma Gandhi or a man without Mahatma coat and the vest.
Quiet. Speak, ghostly guest. Who are you? What brings you here?
Who am I? Where I play folks packing to hear my wife cracking on radio. I won renown. There's no use in guessing. My name I'm confessing. Who? The mayor of Mexico.
Well, what brought you here?
I've come to haunt you, Scrooge, for stealing my jokes, you know?
I don't believe you're any candor. All I can see is an empty sheet.
Yeah, Eddie, where did you park your carcass?
Don't haunt me, Eddie. I'm Ebenezer Scrooge. Oh, Eddie, I'm an old man. Look at me. I'm all bent over.
Yeah, from lifting everybody's jokes.
Oh, that's Ted Lewis? Hush.
You've stolen my best joke. I've got a goat in my house who hasn't got a nose.
Sleepy Hollow. And who are you?
Hello again. I'm the ghost of Jack Benny. Yeah.
Sounds like the goat of Jack Benny. You don't look like Jack Benny.
Well, George, if you were dead as long as Tony Martin, you wouldn't look like Jack Benny either, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I think I know what you mean.
Eddie Cantor. Well, Eddie, what are you doing all dressed up in a sheet?
Well, it's like this, Jack. This sheet is cut down the high cost of living. By wearing a sheet, I don't have to buy a suit, a collar, or a necktie. When I come home at night in a sheet, I'm ready for bed. When I wake up in the morning, I'm all ready in a sheet. And instead of expensive cleaning and pressing bills, I can have my sheet washed for 22 cents a pound. Ha! And don't I have to look for a collar button? No. Ha ha! You get it, Jimmy?
This is silly, Cantor, isn't it?
Oh, that was wonderful, Ken. You ought to be able to give an imitation of Harpo Marx.
Oh, but Gracie, Harpo Marx can't talk.
I know.
Gracie, what's Eddie Cantor got that I haven't got?
5 daughters.
Well, Buck Benny, what do you want?
Scrooge, I'm here to haunt you. You stole my joke, a joke that I originated, a joke that made me famous. We've got a goat at our house without a nose. How does it smell?
Terrible, Jack. I used it on my program, too.
Quick, Mrs. Fezziwig, the pencil. It sounds like a new one. Jokes.
Ha, ha, ha.
Well, sort of a tacit. Well, who are you?
Good evening, folks. Welcome to Town Hall tonight.
Mr. Allen! Mr. Allen!
You can knock me down with an elephant, as the man in the kosher butcher shop used to say. I hope to kiss a pig if it isn't Portland Fezziwig.
Nice work, Henry.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised myself. I must be a mimic.
What?
You must be a mimic.
You're a mimic? You mean you haven't any red corpuscles?
Well, Freddie Allen, have you come to haunt me about the goat at your house that hasn't got a nose?
No, not only am I a comedian, I'm a clever writer. I switched that joke.
We've got a nose at our house that hasn't got a goat.
Some twist. A nose without a goat?
Well, maybe it's Jimmy Durante.
Jimmy Durante, the nose miser.
Oh, wait. We've got a goat that's got a nose, but we've got a house that hasn't got a yard.
Well, if you've got a house that hasn't got a yard, how does the goat play?
Like Henry King.
The pencil. Jokes. What's that?
The ghost of Major Bo's gong.
Well, it didn't have a very good ring.
Well, you miser, what do you want for nothing? The Westminster chime?
Oh, that's a very good joke, Mrs. Fezziwig, for this chime of the year.
Oh, careful, Scrooge. Giving away those jokes, they'll be calling you Good Chime Charlie.
Good Chime Charlie. That's a beauty.
Scrooge, before I go, you can do me a few favors.
Yes, Jack Benny. What favors would you like?
Strawberry, raspberry, orange, lemon, lime.
And Campbell's chicken soup.
Thanks, Gracie.
You're welcome.
Well, goodbye, Jack Benny.
Goodbye, and a Merry Christmas to you.
Goodbye, and a Merry Livingston to you, too.
Well, Eddie Cantor, I've got every joke you ever used. I'm living on the fat of the land.
The fat of the land? Well, you must have Jack Bernard, too.
I've got him.
Well, I can't expect a joke from a miser like you, but I thought you might at least give me a little pun. Goodbye.
Oh, isn't that cute, George? Eddie Cantor's got 5 daughters, and now he's looking for a little pun.
Jokes. Well, Freddie Allen, aren't you going back to town hall?
No, I'm going nuts.
Well, you're lucky, Fred. Everyone else has a long trip ahead of them.
Goodbye, Freddie.
Goodbye.
Tally ho! Tally ho!
Henry, the music. Now Gracie will sing I Love You from Coast to Coast. Sing it, Gracie.
I love you has been said in so many ways, it's hard to find something new. Still I tried and I managed to coin a phrase in praise of you. It's my ambition to audition for a swell radio post, just to tell you I love you from coast to coast. It's not the money in it, honey, that I keep thinking of most. It's the chance to romance you from coast to coast. Sometimes I start to pour out my heart in writing, but through a mic the words sound more exciting. So if I get work on the network, honey, I'll sing you a toast when I broadcast I love you. I don't mean high pitch. I don't mean Armstrong. I don't mean Henry. I mean from coast to coast.
The makers of those fine Campbell soups invite you to listen in and laugh with George Burns and Gracie Allen again next Wednesday. Meanwhile, remember that you can have the finest chicken soup you ever tasted simply by asking for Campbell's Chicken Soup. You'll find it to be the delicious, nourishing, old-fashioned kind.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Your station is KHJ, Don Lee, Los Angeles. Time signal courtesy Schaefer Pen and Pencil Company. Settle that perplexing Christmas gift problem with the genuine Schaefer dry-proof fountain pen